good old-fashioned sleuthing around town to try to pick up any clues from what you could possibly determine from the burnt-down town home, and also asking around with the candidates. From the town hall, you guys were able to see that the fire was extremely pinpoint in accuracy, and the only real clues you guys were able to find were what looked to be claw marks that were sort of dug into the wood, and it almost vitrified the wood. What's the word that I'm looking for?
Petrified?
Yeah, causing it to like almost petrify in hardness around the char where the claws had dug in. And it was, I believe, Jareth who walked out towards the back alley and saw that there were 2 footprints sort of scorched and burnt into the stone of the back porch. And as he sort of touched them, he felt that they were sort of hard and glassy. I forgot to turn the music off. Taking this into account, you guys went on extreme high alert. And once the voting began to happen the following morning, you decided to walk around the crowd, Oriana becoming the closest, standing in front of the voting booths, while Balthazar took his spot behind the voting booths, trying to make sure that nobody was messing with the ballots themselves. It was when the crowd began to scream and run away from the middle that you guys saw the deposed Duke, the man who previously you guys encountered, who kind of crashed the speeches, and everybody began to throw like poop and stones and stuff at him. Raising this large volleyball-like crystal in his hand that was glowing with red flame, saying that she will reward me. And it was through extreme fast action that Merrick sprinted through the crowd, juking out of everybody's way in a flash of extreme speed, grappling and stopping the crystal from falling to the ground, followed by very pinpoint cast spells by Jareth and Toril, freezing and pretty much paralyzing the deposed Duke before he was able to drop the crystal. It was here that a new sort of armored person started running toward the fracas, stopped in her tracks by Callus, who said they had this covered. This person seemingly wanting to help in any way she can, dressed in her armor, clearly seeing that she is a paladin of a holy order. And what we're going to do is we're just going to pick up just in the Eastbrook map as you guys were beginning to march the deposed count back to the sheriff's office. Was there anything you guys wanted to do in the meantime as you guys are sort of marching from the market back towards the sheriff's office and the jail?
Who got the bomb?
Currently, Balthazar is holding it. He identified it, while everybody else was sort of looking around and making sure that the danger had indeed passed. Through his identification, he was able to reveal that trapped inside this is some sort of fire spirit. And also, the crystal itself is woven with an extremely intricate and complex pattern of spells. And he should have that information.
Someone should check his pockets in case he has something else on them.
Well, if you don't need anything from me, I'll be on my way, and I will head towards the sheriff's office.
Okay.
Well, that's like saying see you later and then we go the same direction. Is that what you're doing? Like, hey, I'll see you later, and then you both walk the same direction down the street? That's kind of awkward. But we're going there too, right?
Well,
It seems like Talandris has stopped everybody because he wants to search the Duke's pockets.
Oh,
and Callus wasn't letting me through. So I'm like, okay, well, I just offered the help, but and then I say see ya, and then I just kind of walk away.
okay. Well, we'll see you in a few minutes then. But yeah, I'm standing next to the count, just kind of making sure he stays subdued.
I'm gonna stand nearby and grab him in case the spell fails.
Like, I guess I have one arm and Jareth has the other arm, and Delandris, if you want us to hold his arms apart so you can search him, sure, that's fine.
I'll be quick.
Go for it.
You give him the quick airport security pat down, and you can see that he's just wearing his sort of soiled clothes. They seem to have been clean and or cleaner than when you first met him the day before, when everybody was kind of throwing all their vitriol at him. It seems like the women at the church had washed his clothes, and he seemingly left earlier this morning, possibly before they could stop him. But he doesn't have a thing to his name. It seems like the only thing he had with him underneath his long hooded cloak was that crystal.
We should have searched him yesterday.
Well, he's clean now. We can proceed.
What about the female that he kept shouting? We want to make sure we learn more about this mysterious person.
Who do we know is a female who likes to cause chaos? I have a pretty good mind.
Hey, one of the electives was a female. Let's not forget that.
No, I'm thinking it's the female cult leader we ran into.
Yeah, there was a mysterious female who tried to get in next to us. I shooed her away though.
A relation to the cult we ran across before as well.
I think that cult still reaches deep.
And now the one
Should we
thing
be talking about Balthazar's mistress?
Let's leave her out of this.
It's just a thought, friend, that maybe she does seem to get herself mixed up in some mischief from time to time.
Well, I'll be certain to bring that. I'll ask her those questions next time I get to see her, of course.
Well, perhaps if the Count describes this person that he had dealings with, and the description matches, then we can make a guess.
I can try to make sure he tells the truth, but he has to be willing to answer, and I don't know if he's in the condition to answer right now.
Well, if you
to that point,
asking him once already when we subdued them and the night before, and he has yet
to that point right now, you just hear him kind of his constant rambling when you guys caught him before, of his like manic sort of, she was going to reward me. Why did this happen? Everything, and he was just he kept saying over and over again, she was going to reward me. Now it's starting to become slowly more subdued. He's getting quieter. Talandris, as you sort of hear this and look, you see that his eyes are becoming a little bit glazed over a bit.
Does he seem like he's
Yes.
drunk again?
Yes, Merrick.
Okay.
Say that again, Chris.
He looks like it's like he's drunk again.
He doesn't look like he's drunk. He looks like he's becoming unfocused.
Like he's being possessed or was possessed.
Just in case he's poisoned or
Let's
Okay,
him to the sheriff.
You pump some of your lay-on hands, your magical energy into him. It doesn't have the same effect that it had last time when he was seemingly sort of drowning himself in alcohol. There is no strange...
Yeah, I was worried maybe if he got poisoned or something, and like to silence him. So I was trying to at least see if I could stop whatever's happening.
You're seeing a consistent loss of energy from him. How first he was screaming and cackling, she's going to reward me, to when you guys stopped her and he was panicking. And then now he just seems to be like somebody coming off of a high, just sort of staring at the ground, eyes kind of glazed, and just kind of mumbling.
The only reward you're going to get, my friend, is a cell.
And after a couple minutes, you guys make it to the outside of the sheriff's office, which is a hive of activity. There are people running in and out. More of the leather-armored runners, the young teenagers that you guys saw before on your first way into town, moving in and out, carrying what seem to be missives, running to different places of the town. You hear that people sort of screaming that the voting is going to continue. Everybody who has not voted, please get back. Everything. People are sort of looking at you guys, carrying the deposed count kind of in the middle of you guys, making your way, as they sort of shuffle back towards the market center. And now you guys arrive inside. You see her hair sort of all tousled, looking about. You see the deputy, Marissa, standing at the desk, seemingly handing out orders to a couple different runners that take off, and she looks and she kind of just nudges over her shoulder with her thumb towards the back office, and you guys know that she's directing you back towards Sheriff Steiger's office.
I believe we will proceed with the Count to Steiger then.
Do we see female Bubba Joe in the sheriff's office?
You do not see the armored person that you saw before, but I mean, she didn't say, "Well, I'm off to the sheriff's office." I think she just said, "Okay, then I'm off," and then she's heading towards that direction. But you don't see her here at the moment. But as you guys make your way in, knock on the door. As you make your way in, you hear conversation inside, and a come in as Talonis sort of opens the door. And you see that standing inside speaking to the sheriff is the armored woman that you saw earlier in the square.
Oh, we meet again.
Likewise. So, are you going to accept my help or not, Sheriff?
As I told you before, Lily, your help here is always welcome. Now even more so, but I just can't believe this. And he sort of looks at all of you guys, and then he looks at the Count, and we never even thought to suspect him. This is unheard of. He was just always there rambling, just dead drunk, talking about how he was going to win back the people. I never thought he'd have this in him.
I would keep a close eye on him. I think he's merely a pawn.
And then
Yeah,
you see him straighten
Definitely
up.
under control.
You see him straighten up. And he seems very lucid as he kind of looks directly at the sheriff. I take full responsibility for the things that I've done.
He spoke of a mistress, a woman who would reward him.
I have been planning this since I was ousted from my office.
While he's
I deserve
while he's doing all
whatever
this talking, I'm gonna
he's
cast
given.
Zone of Truth.
Okay. Is this a charisma save? I
I'll
think
post a
nobles
spell.
just have a straight D10, right? Monsters, humans, nobles. Well, actually, no. He doesn't even need to make the save.
Only if he wants to lie.
Yeah, and you just hear him keep saying, "I deserve the punishment that is given to me. I've meant to do this all along."
Well, that was the point he meant to, in cases like, because he to say someone else was in a reward.
And this is an odd thing for you, Jareth. You have heard him say, "She was going to reward me." And you heard him panicking about that he failed, but for right now, as you cast this spell, his words ring truth.
He believes that. Okay. then he believes what he's saying, even though it's not the truth.
Where were you last night?
He was at the church. We dropped him off there. Or not we dropped him off, but he was there, oh god, he was there drunk at where the what's her name was at. I can't even remember what her name is.
Joaquin.
I will say to the sheriff that no, what he believes he's saying now is the truth. It's not what the whole truth. He was saying other things when we first found him. Some change has fallen over him as we walked him over here.
He sort of takes another breath and he kind of reposes himself a little bit and kind of stands a bit straighter. I've been planning this since they ousted me. I deserve whatever punishment is given. I meant to do this all along.
I'll go up and I go, where'd you get the gem?
And he'll turn to look at you, Callus, and he'll say, I have been planning this since they ousted me.
Yep,
I
he's lost
deserve
it.
whatever punishment
He's on
is
a
given.
He's
I
feeding
meant to
words
do
he's been
this.
told to say.
All along.
It's like a puppet now.
Balthazar, what's your just intelligence?
My intelligence is 20.
There's something right now that is just eating at the back away at your brain. Something that you caught in the crystal.
You mean in the information you gave me in the crystal?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Let me look at that again.
It proves that.
Specifically in the spell work.
I ask him, what's your name?
I have been planning this since they ousted me. I deserve whatever punishment is given. I meant to do this all along. And he just kind of smiles. And it's like a very winning smile. Like he's like a politician just trying to pour every ounce of charisma into it as he can.
So, I talked to Jareth since he cast Jonah's Zone of Truth. The spell crystal, fire crystal that he was wielding had quite a bit of mixture of spells contained within it. Some of which dealt with spells like Dominate Person, Modify Memory, and some other controlling spells. So he could very well be coming off of whatever influence he had from the crystal.
I think it's the reverse. I think since he failed, he's now being modified and he's being dominated. This is not him speaking, at least not really.
Yeah, it seems like a loop. It seems like that crystal is maybe going to change everybody in the village's minds.
Mark, I want to see if I can get outside of the room, see if I could separate him from the crystal a little bit, and see if that alters the situation at all.
Okay, so you take the crystal out of the room and kind of close the door and walk out towards the front, and you see that as you're standing out there looking around, it's still just a mishmash of people moving about. There's people talking over each other, people communicating with what looks to be like representatives from other mercenary bands that have been contracted within the city. And as Balthazar leaves, those of you inside don't notice a change.
Mark, when he speaks, does it sound like his voice, or does it sound like another voice? You know how two people talk at the same time, you get that double voice?
Oh, this definitely sounds like his voice.
I think we would have to break the crystal, but I wouldn't suggest doing that. We're kind of stuck.
Balthazar,
Yeah, I
how do
think
you have the crystal? Do you have it in your hands?
Well, I had wrapped it up to be safe. I kind of put some cloth around it, and then I was holding it in my components bag, just keeping it out of sight.
Nice. You don't want to get toot. I got you.
Yeah.
well, perhaps we should go investigate the church. That would be the next logical thing. Keep him here safe and go ask around the church.
I asked the sheriff, what became of his home after you ousted him? Does someone else live there now, or was it sealed up?
Currently, nobody lives there because, well, there's no count.
Do you think we'd have permission to go there to investigate further to see if there's anything else going on? Some other force that was working his life?
You're more than welcome to if that's what you think you guys should do.
Perhaps we need to track down his family.
Well, they left town about, say, 2 weeks ago. His wife and kids, they headed back out towards Direcrest. That's where her family was originally from. She married into Count's family here as a joining of house.
Mark, would I know why he was evicted of his position?
You passed through town probably around that same time, and you know that he went from kind of just being a respectable, known person to suddenly this sort of shadow has been kind of cast about his personality and his morality, to where he was sort of dipping into the town coffers for money and emergency resources, and just like spending it like lavishly on like women, alcohol, all different sorts of things.
So
Just
he was
turning
using taxpayers' money for his own
pretty
personal
much. He
stuff.
was using the taxed and tithed money here that usually goes to Wolf Hall, and to help with the general upkeep and the payment of like the town guard and stuff like that. He was starting to use that for his own sort of deeds, and he kind of spent all of his money and almost spent all of the town's money. And they're like, yeah, screw this. And the town was in such an uproar that they decided, at least in Wolf Hall, that they would have a publicly voted on individual so that people wouldn't riot and kind of turn against everything.
Well, what I want to do is I want to explain to the sheriff what we saw in our previous city. That woman who led the cult, the brothel she worked out of, how she seemed to be able to control people, how she had them all murdered. And now I might suspect that she may have some influence here too. I want to describe what she looks like so that maybe they can keep an eye out for her in the future.
Okay. I wonder if I still have her picture. This is what you guys remember.
No, she could probably change her shape. It doesn't hurt to at least describe how we know her and the influence she has on people. Perhaps she is the one who influenced this man and would be the first. He did escape.
Third upload.
Yep, there she is.
So that was the woman that you remembered in the Desert Rose. The one that Talandris had a conversation with. The one that led you guys down into the basement. Before everything sort of kicked off and went to hell. Inside.
Just so you know what happened where we came from, where our company came from. What happened to that city during the eclipse. She caused that, the undead.
We haven't, well, let me rephrase that. I haven't seen anybody that matches that particular description, but what we can do is definitely keep an eye out, that's for sure.
Well, it's also possible, given the considerable magic that she wields, that she could change her appearance as well.
Most likely. Have there been any like new ladies in town or like brothels or anything like that set up?
We don't have much by way of brothels here. It's mostly just women doing their work from the taverns. And I mean, this is a growing town. There's people coming in and out. I mean, I think you all came in with a family that was moving in. We're getting bigger by the day.
Do you all want to try looking into his house to see if we find any clues at all? We've got permission to look at it.
It wouldn't hurt.
Might as well. In the meantime, this one should go into a cell. They should probably just keep a close eye on him.
I wouldn't mind
That we
investigating
can
the
do.
house.
Couple other deputies come in, take the count. As they sort of begin to ushering out, you guys begin to hear him say, I was planning this since they ousted me. And he's kind of saying the same thing over and over again as they kind of take him out. They take him towards the back building that acts as the jail cells. And as you lose sight, you just see the sheriff again, just kind of wringing his hands. And I mean, the bastard's finally caught, but I don't feel safer one bit. If he wasn't working alone, then that means we might be back to playing the waiting game. Someone was aiding him and giving him these things.
You should at least do what you're doing. Finish your election. Get your town in order. Don't live in fear.
What if the election is the cause of all this?
Why? None of this makes sense. What is the point of trying to delay the voting?
It seems that just the election gives them the opportunity to act.
They want a big enough crowd to destroy with that. That would have exploded and probably killed lots of people.
Are we sure it would have exploded, or with all the memory and things and spells, was that designed to change people's minds and influence?
It has a fire spirit in it, so I'm assuming that I'm assuming, and I don't know magic as well as our friend Balthazar here, that this memory spells are for him, so he would forget who he worked for.
Yeah, I would say whatever's in the crystal would break out, deal enough damage, and then disappear. Same with the town hall, but rather than a building, it would be the people. That's just my guess.
I don't know if we want to carry that around with us.
Well, I don't think we should leave it somewhere else. I mean,
Well,
on
I'll
our
tell you.
hands.
I'll tell you this. I'm not going to trust handing this over to anyone who doesn't know magic. It's too powerful.
Is there a
Probably
town
safer
catapult?
in our hands than in someone
Is there?
else's.
Trebuchet? Catapult?
Well, we could always do something crazy. We could take it someplace in a safe area and break it there, and then handle whatever's inside of it, but not anywhere near the town.
I suggest Balthazar, with his knowledge, hold on to it. Better in his hands than somewhere where we do not know.
Why don't we lock it up in a safe?
Or maybe if someone can just try to dispel it if they have that ability later on.
Just sink it in the river and destroy it. If
That's
that
a good
thing's as
idea.
dangerous as you say, and you're saying that there's fire inside, drop it in the water.
There's a creepy lake not too far away from here.
Actually, it sounds like it might be a wise plan. I think it won't do much damage in the water.
I don't know much by way of magic like you alls, but my simple mind says that. Who knows what's inside of it? You said that there's spirit trapped within. You don't know what that spirit might do to one of you.
We will dispose of it, Sheriff. Don't worry about it.
Thank you again for your help.
This may be an unpopular opinion, but perhaps you should suggest that we postpone the election until all this is solved.
I think it's still going
Half
on.
the town's already voted. If we postpone this anymore, then we are going to have a riot on our hands. It's been delayed twice now. We can't delay it anymore. I mean, you've walked around the streets. You felt the tension.
Probably best to let it finish.
So are we off to search?
I agree that we need to let the election finish. if anything, this town needs clear leadership right now, and having no leader is causing more chaos than it would if we had a leader. At least there would be someone that the townsfolk could rally behind and follow their leadership.
We did successfully prevent this explosion from happening, allowing the elections to continue. It'd be pointless to stop it if we were successful.
Yeah, I kind of have the feeling that there are no backup plans for his failure.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, at least nothing immediate.
Would they really put all their eggs into his basket?
Pretty crazy basket.
I don't know.
He was probably the most effective, but I doubt it was their original plan.
Which means they're both gonna still need some protection until the whole town has voted and someone has been elected.
I mean, gentlemen, ladies, I need to tell you, this whole time I've been suspecting the bandits. It seems like this is the kind of chaos they'd want to do, but this is a step above and beyond anything I've ever seen them try to take on.
Maybe the bandits are all pawns, just as much as he is.
Whoever's behind this, I have a gut feeling that they're pulling both sides of the string. They're on both sides of. They're double partying, if you know what I'm getting.
Yeah, they're thinning the herd on both sides.
The woman we met is capable of many plots, many strings. I don't think we have deal with just one.
Let me know what you find up at the house, if you find anything at all. If you need extra men, with the incoming mercenaries that are in town, I'll be able to lend you some of my deputies if needed.
Where are the mercenaries coming from?
We have. Let me pull out the sheet here.
No, it wasn't Wolf Hall. It was somewhere outside of this.
We got a band from Direcrest.
To the left. Yeah, Direcrest, up and to the
I
left.
don't know if you've ever heard of a company called the Vehement.
Have we?
I have not. I don't know about the rest of you.
Give me intelligence checks, those of you.
Darkcrest, isn't that where the wife went back to?
That is where the wife did go back to. Yeah, Oriana, you have heard of a mercenary band called the Vehement. They have a pretty stellar background, like a stellar reputation. And they seem to have grown a lot since the fall of the Blackhearts, who were the cream of the crop at the time, before everything kind of went to shit. So they're kind of stepping in right now as one of the largest and most well-made and prepared of the groups. It says here he contracted another group, smaller one from Wolf Hall, Severin Steel. They got a bunch of knights in their retinue that they were able to bring up. You might have seen them around town wearing wolf cloaks. It's kind of their thing. And here's one that I know you all have heard of, Middleburg Few. They're out from the Barrowlands. I'm actually kind of amazed that they were able to contract them. They're quite expensive.
Why were they so expensive?
Probably some of the best great swordsmen in the country, if you ask me.
Yeah, they must be if they come from the Barrowlands. I heard it's pretty nasty up there.
Yeah, that place is absolute trash. You'll never see me traveling through that place.
I hope I'd never have to go there.
You and me both. But it says here that's 3 separate companies. It looks like there's about 200 strong bolstering the city defenses right now. So just let me know if you need extra help.
So Vehement was from Darkcrest?
The Vehement is from Direcrest. Severin.
Now, Mark, I'm curious. So he says that there's all these mercenaries in the city. Did we see any of these bands in that area where this was happening, or was it just us?
It was you and some of the deputies that were patrolling the main area, and it seemed like the other mercenary bands, you guys saw them at the gates and out around the walls, and then patrolling the streets. They tried to use all the 200 that came with the contract to kind of just patrol and keep everything in the streets and look out for different stuff. But it seemed that most of the action was centered in the market.
Okay, but we were the only outside help that was there.
Yes. Since you get the idea that the Eastrook sort of policing force and Town Watch was in the center square, and since you guys have Town Watch badges, that's where you guys were.
And Lily, is it? Did you not come with any of those other mercenary bands?
No, I've just been roaming around from town to town, helping as best as I could.
Interesting.
What are Darkrest and Wolfhall to you? Are they like feuding noble lands, or are they?
They're safe haven. I mean, we report directly to Wolfhall. They are our liege. Direcrest is in charge of some other towns over on the west side of the Eldermoors. If we were to call for aid, if we were under attack by beastmen, it is to the Wolf Hall that we would send our messengers, and it is their armies that would come. Though I know the Duke over in Direcrest does like a good old fight, he'd probably come too. There's no bad blood or tension. I mean, there's some dick measuring, but that comes with everybody, you know? Pardon my language, ladies.
Thank you.
Well then, shall we go check out this vacant house?
Anybody currently have the ability to detect magic while we're there?
If we take a full rest, sure. But I'm just saying, I don't have that prepared right now. So
No, I don't either.
I have to wait a day.
Well, I don't think we have a day to wait.
Then we go as we are. I can try to spread my cards out and see if something good might come of our decisions, or something ill. But that's the best I can do.
Paid off in today. I wouldn't mind doing that again.
Well, let's wait till we get closer, because the magic is only able to foretell the immediate future.
Sheriff, if I'm going to help officially, I'm going to need one of them badges like our good friends here as well.
Just ask Rissa on the way out. She'll give you one.
I will approach Lily and say, it would be nice to have an extra sword on board in our group. What is it? You said that you wander from town to town, seeing if people need help. Is that your calling? Is that what your divine calling is, or do you serve a god that is like a mercenary god?
I was tasked to bring justice on my travels wherever they may lead me.
And it's a pleasure to meet a fellow warrior of faith. I'll give you a nice bow.
That's what we do as members of the Black Heart. We bring justice wherever we go.
I do know our commander is looking for new people.
Yes, perhaps you could be recruited into the Black Hearts yourself.
And that's actually one of the reasons why I'm here to meet you. I heard you were recruiting, and thought, I know one can only do so much by themselves, so I know a group can be more efficient in ways.
Well, we'll consider this your test then, and if you do well, we'll put in a good word for you with the boss.
All right. And she puts out her hand for a shake.
I'll shake her hand.
She claps your forearm and shakes it.
It's a pleasure to meet a fellow warrior.
Yes, I will grab your forearm and pull your head towards my head and touch your forehead to mine.
She kind of gently pushes you away.
Well, this is how we greet each other where I come from. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude or offend. It's just what we do where I'm from. And you can tell by my accent that I'm not from here. I have an Egyptian accent, but I cannot do an Egyptian accent, so
Right.
you have to just use your imagination.
I have a French accent, but I'm not going to try doing that either.
It all ends up Scottish.
Oh, oui, oui.
Good evening, madame. Nice to meet you.
Well,
will
it is
take-
nice to.
I could do a southern accent, but I don't think anybody wants me to do a southern accent.
No, we have plenty of that with Bubba Joe.
Yeah, I just realized that I've been speaking in the sheriff's wrong accent because I keep having Captain Zodge in my head, so I apologize.
Mark, I kind of thought this guy was just Zodge's distant cousin for a while there.
I just can't stop speaking like him, you know what I mean?
It's your sheriff accent.
All sheriffs have that accent. Coral.
Coral!
Coral. God damn it, Shane, stop sleeping with my wife. Shoot him with the python. Alright, here we go.
So Callus will he'll shake Lily's hand, and when he does that, he'll scrape some dirt off of his shoe and rub it on her armor, and he goes, "Pleasure to meet you."
You're not quite sure why he did that. You're thinking it could just be a dwarf custom.
Yeah, I mean, I shake his hand, so. I ain't gonna have me back away from him. And it's just dirt.
Yeah, and I explained that I'm new here as well, and gladly offer and shake a hand.
Well, it'll be nice not to be the only woman of the group.
And funny enough, I mean, Merrick came into this party a lot more suspect.
I wasn't stealing nothing.
Yeah.
Right. He was just guarding it for us. That's what he was doing.
Well, in that situation, I was coming off the high of having a unicorn, so I was actually more trusting than usual.
So Andres did ask Merrick quite a lot of questions, Krillin first, but nothing came off
Yeah, no one's-
suspicious, so...
Yeah, on the ride back, I think Balthazar. I was playing Balthazar that night,
Yeah,
and
you
I
got-
asked him
yeah,
20
20
questions too. So
Yeah,
we grilled him.
I think our suspicion of Merrick was kind of overlooked when Oriana became a serial killer murderer.
Whoa! Alright. It was only one. It's not a serial killer if it's just one guy.
Wait, you murdered someone?
We haven't gotten to that point
let,
yet.
So let me ask,
Well,
how
define murder.
many does it take to be considered a murderer serial killer?
5.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
For me, it's less the killing part, more you like riding all over that room like a crazy person from The Shining.
Well,
It wasn't you killing them. It was you had no hesitation.
There were at least 4 or 5 other guys that got blasted too, right?
yeah, they were all bad guys.
They're bad guys.
Thanks, Merrick.
So I'm looking at this group as we're chatting and walking by, like,
It is definitely a cast of characters.
Very good third taste.
and you're seeing a lot of people from a lot of different backgrounds, like all together in one group. You're kind of amazed that they could all function together as well as they do, but you see that they have their they have their suspicions about them.
I mean, it's nothing new. It's just like any other mercenary or adventuring party. So.
Yeah. And as you guys leave the sheriff's office, Lily, you speak with Rissa, and she gives you one of the temporary town watch badges. Wearing it, like everybody else's, you guys begin to move up through the streets, passing through Crook's Cross, making your way through Rosepool Borough to Rose Hill. As you move along your way, you guys get a lot of waves, a lot of thank yous, from what seem to be very grateful people that you kind of stopped a mass murder from occurring in what should be a town celebration. So you guys just kind of get a bunch of like hurrahs and thank yous as you guys make your way through town. I mean, it's kind of a fulfilling feeling. But yeah, something's a shit, but you guys did some real good.
Pop the collar and stand proud.
As you guys make your way to the outer gate, to the sort of mansioned area that sits upon the highest hill in Eastrook, you see that there are guards there. They recognize you. They let you pass. We'll just say you guys followed the directions that the sheriff gave you, and you make your way to this house in the far back corner, which is the largest and more grandest it is this one according to my notes, which is the largest and grandest of the houses here. But you see the windows are shuttered closed. No lights burning inside, no smoke issuing from the chimney, unlike the other sort of estate houses up in this nicer part of town. You walk up.
Mark, I will cast my cards, and I'm going to ask Pelor if it is possible that we will find what it is we are looking for, or a clue that leads us in the correct direction during our investigation.
God damn it. Give me some heads up next time. I don't have my tarot card stuff.
He kind of
I did say that on the way there I would cast this spell, but take your time. I mean, it takes a minute to cast it, so I'm basically sitting outside the door saying, well, we're getting ready to investigate. I'm going to shuffle my deck and lay out some cards, and we'll see how it goes.
Perhaps we should do a perimeter check of the building while he's doing his spell. Just make sure maybe something's on the outside, another entrance or anything like that we can possibly gather any more clues.
Yeah, come on, gang. Let's look for clues. I'm glad people got that.
So you pull one card after you shuffle and you lay it on the ground. The first card you pull is the Justice. You know this to mean that the outcome depends on your action. You pull another card, the Judgment card. This shows a fresh start or a renewal soon to be in your destiny. The last card you pull is the Temperance. You know this card means that you need to be patient, as things don't show up expectedly. A wheel or woe.
Your card basically say all lines are busy at this moment.
You shook your magic 8-ball and it said,
Try again later.
So I will let the group know that there is no immediate danger, but also it may not mean that we will have success either. So just be patient and investigate carefully.
Okay, I'll walk to the front door.
You walk to the front door. The door itself is unlocked. You open it up. The door doesn't even creak. It's a very heavy oak door on well-oiled hinges, and it just opens silently into a long, dark hallway that splits off to the left and right, and directly in the middle is a large staircase that goes up, and that too begins to turn left and right up onto the second floor.
Mark, I did a perimeter check. While he was doing this, while Tor was doing his spell, did I see or notice anything?
The bushes are well landscaped. The flowers have been tended to. The grass has been cut immaculately. You walk around and you check the windowsills just to see if anybody's been trying to get in or break in. The paint is untarnished. You sort of push up on a couple. All the windows are locked from within. You can't see past any of the closed shutters inside. Eventually, you make your way back just as Jareth opens the door.
Whatever this person was involved in, he kept it hidden from even his family. Maybe we're looking for like a secret room or something.
You begin to move through. Go ahead, Doug.
So then, let's find out wherever he kept to himself at. Maybe Merrick can find any secret spots once we find his location. And I'm just following behind Jareth.
As you guys move through the hallway of the sort of inner entrance before everything splits off, you see that the walls themselves are lined with beautiful pieces of art.
Is this place clean, or is there dust?
Oh, it's clean. Like they've been
oiled.
Yeah, they've been keeping it clean, like in preparation for the new person that's supposed to move in.
Oh, okay.
All
Do
the
we know
furniture
who's keeping it clean?
You guys don't know. You haven't asked, but you imagine that they might have like one of the cleaning services in town might be coming in to do it, like a scullery maid that they have on hire. You imagine that when this place is fully functioning, when people live here, that they've got like a full set of like butlers and gardeners and kind of stuff like that. But there just doesn't seem to be anybody here at the moment. But somebody has definitely been doing the upkeep inside. The hallway to the right and the hallway to the left, as you get to the base of the steps, goes about 30 feet before ending. On each side, there are doors, 3 each on each side of the hallway. So 6 total doors on the right hallway, 6 total doors on the left hallway. The stairs go about 20 feet up to the second floor before you lose everything along the upper balcony. You see that there is furniture still present in the areas you can see where there would be like sitting areas, but everything's been covered with white linen sheets to sort of keep dust from getting onto them.
If we're all inside, I would close the main door behind us and suggest that we clear room to room, floor to floor, and as a group and not split up.
Okay,
Shall we
the
lock
door
it so
closes
we know that no one
as
follows us?
Lily closes the door. Do you lock it? At Merrick's advice.
I didn't hear Merrick. What did Merrick say?
I was just saying, should we lock it since the door is silent so we know no one comes in behind us without at least letting us know?
Well, the area is still being watched by guards. It is possible for them to still be coming through. And they know we are here.
It's true.
Not sure it'll be necessary for us to lock it.
But here's my question for that. Then if we do find something, do we want to lock the thing in with us, or are we locked in with it, or should we just leave the doors open and let the thing escape? If we do find something of, I suggest we lock it.
Okay, So as you close the door, everything goes dark. No light, just due to all the shutters being closed, and you turn the lock. As you guys are now standing in a extremely quiet house. Just the sounds of your breathing and the sounds of the wood floors sort of creaking at the weight of your guys' armor and just sort of proximity standing next to each other.
Now, you said there were stairs to go to the second floor. Are there any noticeable stairs leading down to a basement?
There are no noticeable stairs leading to a basement. You have the main sort of staircase. Think of like an old southern plantation home where you open the door and there's the large like grand entrance with like the chandelier above, and then the stairs immediately take off like 20 feet in, and then at the base of the stairs on either side are two hallways that go east and west.
So do I need to cast light on something?
I'll turn my Gnomish lantern on.
Oh yeah, you guys watch as Jareth pulls out this sort of, it would be like a beer can sized lantern to a human. And you see him sort of hold it and twist the top before it audibly pops, and then you see this small crystal inside begin to glow brighter and brighter and brighter, now shedding light as he holds this sort of little lantern in his hand, but there's no smell of like creosote or anything from the wick. There's no smell of burning oil. It just seems to be producing its own light.
Impressive. Now, Jerry, I'm a right-hand kind of person when searching, but I'll follow your guys' lead. I'm just trying to help with suggestions.
Well, I was going to suggest if we do think that cult is involved, maybe we should check the master bedroom and look under the bed.
Yeah, look for basements. They like basements.
Okay, so you guys are going to split up. Some people are going to stay down below while other people check the upper bedroom.
Yeah, I think splitting up is best. That way we could cover more ground faster that way. Maybe 4 teams of 2. Since there's 8 of us now, right? Isn't there 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so what do you guys say? 4 teams of 2?
Yep.
Upstairs group, place yourselves here. Downstairs group, stay along the bottom.
I see. Nobody wants to go with me after that mercenary.
You're crazy.
I'll go with Merrick only because I can help him by guiding him with Pelor's guidance to try to find that which is hidden. So I will be saying a prayer to help Merrick find things that may be difficult to find.
Okay. While top group begins to ascend the stairs, bottom group, what do you guys do?
We should probably check each of the bottom 6 doors you said first. There's the first doors over here. And then I want to check around the stairs, see if there's like another stair below it going down.
Okay. You first walk around the stairs, and you see that there's an open area. So, let me do this. So you have the base of the... Why is that so small? So you have the base of the steps, and then it begins to ascend to the second level. And then you have a wall here. And then you see that there's an open entryway underneath the top here on the back side. And you see that there is a door directly underneath. A very plain door, double-sided, no handles. One that you would just push.
Okay, I'll try to push.
You guys watch as Jareth goes back in between the walls and the stairs, making his way back behind. You push in and you open, and you see you've found the kitchen area at the back of the house.
Oh, so okay, I'm still trying to figure out how this works. So the kitchen is accessed through underneath the stairs.
Yes. It seems like it was built so the servants would go in and out without being seen by guests.
And there was a hall with 6 different rooms. Okay, so those are all the different entertainment rooms, basically.
So let me do this really quick. Be awed by my.
I am just breathless, Mark. This map is it takes me back to when Chris, David, and I played D&D when we were like 11 and 12 years old, and we used to draw it out on graph paper. This is what it reminds me of.
The majesty. And you see back here, there is a very large kitchen area. And that's what you're kind of looking at. You went back behind the stairs as the other group went up. You went back behind, and then you turned in underneath, and there's a push-open door here that leads into the kitchen. And then you have, from the main hallway, here, you have doors, a total of 6 in this area, down this hallway, and then the same thing down in this area. Is that kind of making more sense? I know I should have made a map. I was like, I won't need to make a map.
Can I search the kitchen for any doors or ways down or anything like that?
You do see that there is an open stone doorway that leads to a descending spiral staircase. Did you guys follow Jareth in, or did some of you guys decide to go down the hallway as he moved his way towards the back of the stairs?
I was gonna go down the hallways. I was, go militaristic and check each room before continuing on.
Okay, so Jareth went towards the back of the stairs. Sally immediately turned to the right and went down the hallway.
Lily,
Lily, sorry, God.
I could bring Sally if you want.
Oh, she would die so fast here. That'd be a bad idea.
I will go with Lily.
Okay.
You with me, Balthazar?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably carrying you, so probably, yeah, you're with me.
Balthazar never leaves his bodyguard.
Okay, so you two are currently in the kitchen while Lily and Callus begin to open up doors. Those of you upstairs, you have reached the top landing. You see that at the landing, there's just a wall directly in front of you. The walkway is probably 10 feet wide. In between the large sort of shuttered windows are just more paintings and like small statuettes of like animals and busts of people sitting on podiums. As you sort of have a choice to either go right or left. And you see the way the house is built. The house is built just like an old kind of southern manor home. Where you have the top of the stairs here, the hallway, it wraps around, sort of leaving this large grand area to look down on the main entrance. And there is a hallway that mirrors the bottom hallway. Wow, that's crooked as hell. A hallway that mirrors the bottom hallway. Like that. So you have the stairs leading down. And you guys have two different... Whoops. Roll initiative. You guys have two different directions you guys can go. right or left?
Talandris will take the left route.
I'll go with Talandris.
All right, that leaves Toro and I. To the left.
And unlike the downstairs rooms, there are only 4 doors down each hallway you guys see up top here. 2 on the north side, 2 on the south side, perfectly mirroring each other.
I mean, I'll
Why don't you turn him up on Discord, his user volume?
He was like very muffled that last time.
Is it still muffled?
You're so quiet on my
Sound
end.
fine to me.
Yeah, I can hear him. I think you just need to turn up his
Which
user
one's
volume
yours?
on your end.
Yeah, turn up the output
Sir
or
Shi.
input.
Gareth and Balthazar, are you guys going down the circular staircase heading down?
Yes, I'd like to.
Okay, we'll just say that you guys are now beginning to descend the staircase that is on. It's on this side here, spiraling downwards. And as soon as you step in, you feel the temperature change. It's beginning to get colder. Lily, you walk up to the first door and you open the one directly on the south. You open it, you look inside, you see that it seems to be a study. There's a small desk, there's no papers on it. Everything smells of wood polish. You look at the books, that's sort of lying one of the bookshelves. You see that everything's been perfectly dusted. There seems to be a chair in the far back corner closest to the window that is covered with a white linen cloth.
Is this like the grand study, or is this just a study like for anybody can use?
It looks like just a small study that anybody could use. There's no papers that have been spread out. If there were papers, they might have been taken.
Do any of the books stand out? What kind of books are these?
Give me an investigation.
That's what I want to do.
You see a lot of historical tomes of the area. A lot of historical tomes based out of Wolf Hall. It seems to be a study. And everything here seems to be biographies and historical books based on different cities and areas close to the northern part of the kingdom.
Okay.
I will open the room directly across from the study.
You open the room directly across from the study, and you have found a bathroom. You see that
thank
here
God.
everything is
1 second.
very
1 second.
finely tiled, and you're looking at what looks to be a porcelain sort of toilet, but as you open it, you just see it's a hole that goes straight into the ground. There's kind of a faint whiff that kind of goes as you open it, and you kind of close it again really quick. But it just seems to be like it's a very nice looking outhouse inside a home. You imagine that this town, as it sits right now, does not have any sort of sewer system or plumbing.
I will discreetly close it. Nothing in there.
Nothing really of interest in here either.
Toril and Merrick, you guys round the stairs, make towards the east hallway. You have a door to your north and a door to your right. Or to your south. Jeez.
This is good.
Oh, you said north and south?
Yes.
Well, I'll check the south door first.
Okay. Toril, you open up the south door and you see a bedroom. It's a spacious room. Has a desk, another sort of library, You see that there are toys. What looks to be a large wooden horse on rockers. A couple large plush toys that kind of mimic what seem to be a large rabbit and a large bear. The bed itself is canopied, but it's only like the size of a twin bed. You imagine you're in a child's room.
I turn to Merrick and, well, one would hope that he wouldn't hide anything nefarious in a child's room. Might we see what's up to the north door?
You open up the north door and you find again another child's room. Similar, almost identical to the room directly south of it, but everything has a different color pattern. While the bottom room was of a light yellow, the one up here seems to be more of like a light lilac purplish color. Same sort of desk, set up with children's books. Again, wooden rocking horse, dolls and toys. You knew that the Count had a total of 4 children. He had a son, his eldest, age 17. He had another daughter, age 15, and then a pair of twin daughters, aged 13.
Well, he seems like a respectable family man, at least before he went crazy.
What knows? Where are his kids?
They went to the other kingdom.
Yeah, I think they left with the wife when she left.
Yeah, he's saying we lost him and everything. But, I'm not there.
Oriana and Talandris. You guys
Oh.
turn to the left. You see a door to the north and a door to the south.
Take the door to the north first.
I was gonna say the same thing.
You both sort of nod at each other as Talandris opens the door on the north. You look inside and you see what seems to be a very plain guest bedroom. Pretty sparsely adorned. There's a tall canopy double bed sitting in the middle. A very extravagant sort of canopied bed. There's like oak side tables. You see that there are reading chairs. There's a small sort of bookshelf set along the front. There are unlit lanterns kind of sitting on each end table. It just seems to be a kind of a plain bedroom.
South door then?
You open up the south door, and it's sort of another mimic of the guest bedroom.
Well, Talandris, it doesn't look like there's much up here. I was hoping to find a master bedroom and see if maybe.
Well, there's four doors. 2 on the north, 2 on the south. You guys opened up the north and south doors closest to the hallway that you entered.
Oh, I see.
There's still
Sorry.
2 rooms further on.
I misunderstood. I thought you said there were 4 doors total upstairs. I'll check the door next to this one then.
You go furthest down the hallway, you open that door, you find what seems to be the master bedroom. Toril and Merrick, you guys move down to the next 2 doors, and you see that they are 2 well-decorated rooms. One definitely is Spartan. You imagine this might have belonged to a boy. And the other one, again, on the south side, decorated in sort of like, I guess you could say Easter colors. Another girl's room. What you notice is that almost anything that was considered like non-essential, that's not clothing, was left. As you guys kind of open up like drawers and stuff like that, of cabinets, all the clothes are gone. But they seem to have left paintings, toys, things like that.
You said that the young boy was a teenager?
17.
Okay. I want to take a little bit of extra time to investigate his room, only because if the father was into something secret, oftentimes teenage boys will try to emulate or copy their fathers because they look up to them. And maybe there's something in the boy's room that he discovered or found out and was kind of trying to copy his father, even if it was just play or pretend. So if he has if there's anything left behind, like maybe a journal, or maybe inside the drawers on the bottom of them, maybe he hid something under there, or maybe even under his bed. There might be something under the mattress. So I'm going to kind of give a little bit more of a thorough investigation of the young boy's room.
Okay.
Give it the full warrant toss.
And
Yeah.
Oriana and Talandris make their way into there. We'll say that Jareth and Balthazar, you have made it to the bottom. The stairs go about 20 feet down, and you sort of have to shine the light in, Jareth. You have found what looks to be a root cellar. It's quite cold down here. You see that there's still a lot of vegetables kind of hanging from the wooden rafters that have been placed in support. You see that there are bags of what look to be wheat, a lot of sort of pickled and reserved vegetables in glass jars. You look in the back corner, and there's another smaller, like stone, like piled stone that goes up, like different from the foundational stone that you seem to find yourself in. This seems to be something that was built later on. You move forward and you open it, and you see that they're keeping meat there, sort of hanging in this chilled area. It's kind of covered in that sort of aging mold that you see at like steak houses when they sort of dry age their beef and kind of keep it in cool places.
What do you say, Balthazar? Should we search around for anything hidden? I can assist you since you probably have a keener eye than I.
Yes, I can search.
Okay. Jareth, Balthazar, give me investigation checks.
I was
Toral.
going to assist Balthazar since he's probably got a keener eye than me.
Okay. Toral, Merrick, investigation checks. If you want to help, one of you want to help some other person, then go for it. Talandris, Oriana.
Awesome roll, my friend.
Talandris, Oriana, you make your way into the large, opulent master bedroom.
Going to start looking around to see if maybe there's a hidden switch on anything in this room that reveals anything of use.
You guys are rolling awesome. Okay, both of you give me investigation checks. Callus and Lily, you move down to the next set of doors downstairs. Lily, you open the southern door. You look inside, and you see that this seems to be a sitting room for like where a lady would entertain other ladies and drink tea. This has one of the larger outer windows on the outside. The chairs themselves are covered in linens, the same as the tables. There seem to be, at one point you think that there might have been plants in this room, but they've hence been taken out since the shutters have been kind of closed.
Okay, and there's like no like teapot. Is there a tea set sitting here, or?
No, you imagine that they would bring the tea in from the kitchen, and this is just, it's like an entertaining room where you would like sit around and eat cookies and gossip about what a whore the neighbor is.
Yeah, the macaroons and all that, and the lady gossip bullshit.
Callus,
Called her the porcupine.
you open
Chris,
the
look
north
for the
door.
brandy.
Callus, you open the north door and you see what looks to be a smoking den. The complete opposite of the tea room, a place where men would sort of speak after dinner and smoke cigars and drink brandy.
Are there any cigars? Any brandy?
Give me an investigation check.
Yeah, I'm searching for the important stuff.
Merrick and
rations.
Toral. As you guys begin sort of moving through, again, you find the same thing. You see that there are dueling swords that are still sort of leaning up against one of the drawers. Really finely made rapiers that were just kind of left there. It seems in their mother's haste to leave. You open all the drawers, though, and you see that anything that was wearable or that could be taken with was taken.
Might have an interest in that rapier.
Well, dueling swords are usually not good in a fight.
You'd have to. You'd assume you'd have to get them sharpened, which is usable. As you sort of like open it up, and you see that they are made for dueling. The blades are quite dull, but a few hours with a whetstone, you could probably get them into shape if you want to take.
No dueling pistols?
No dueling pistols. Where are you guys looking in particular in the bed?
Where the secret is.
Tell me where it is.
So I said I wanted to look under the bed and then also like pull out his drawers and look under the drawers and see if maybe he had a hidden compartment in his drawers. Merrick, maybe you could check the walls. Maybe he had something in his closet, a hidden area in his closet or something like that.
Yeah, walls, even ceiling fixtures, torches, whatever.
Toril, as you move towards the bed, you call Merrick over to shine some light underneath. He sort of sticks his blade underneath. You immediately look to the floor, remembering the runes that were cut into the wood floor under the beds at the brothels that you guys were investigating. You look and you see nothing but dust. And you begin to move back. You begin to sort of mimic him, Merrick, until you stop as your eye catches something in your peripheral. And you see that there is a small book tucked underneath, in between the mattress and the frame, kind of hidden.
Mm-hmm. All right, yeah, let's point out the book. Toril, look, there's something hidden here.
It might be his journal. Let's take a look at it.
Met a girl. She was cute.
Right? It's a teenage boy's journal. I mean, come on. I had my first kiss behind the barn today.
Day 704 of my captivity.
You begin to flip through the first couple pages, and
Entry 1. This is not a diary.
This isn't his sort of first journal that he's kept. You can see the date at the first page goes back about 2 months. The writing from which is in it is very crisp, very clean, sort of cursive writing in common. And it takes on a very militaristic note. You see that he speaks of his training regime, just his future plans for joining the City Knights in Direcrest, serving the same as his grandfather did. All of that different stuff. And as you begin to sort of move back, you go all the way to the last entry, which was about 2 weeks ago. And he begins to speak about how his father has seemingly just kind of let him down, how he's changed so much. He's not the man that he thought he was. Giving in to excess and just ruining the family name, pretty much. And you can sort of read an anger that's kind of there. And you begin to turn back pages, and then you see a symbol written in. There's question marks. What does this mean? I have seen him write this, but I don't know what it means. Toril, you recognize the symbol. It's the same symbol that Oriana keeps writing.
Oh, fantastic.
Oriana Talandris.
I will tear out the page and keep that, but otherwise replace the book.
Okay. Oriana Talandris, you guys begin to move through. Oriana checking just the smaller cabinet areas while Talandris is giving the walls and everything this sort of rundown, looking for hidden pressure plates, anything that he can think of. Talandris, you get to the fireplace on the eastern wall where Oriana's standing. Above it is a large picture of the family. The wife, the son, the daughters. You know that old medieval style, like we're standing straight, sitting on chairs. There are sticks up our butts, kind of as we look for this. And as you sort of begin to like move along the seams, you pull on it, and it opens a little bit. And you open it, and there's about a 1 foot sinkhole inside where it looks like you could keep things hidden, sort of like a false safe. You open it, and Oriana, you look, and your eyes kind of go wide, and you see that scraped on every inch on the inside of this, and written in ink on the back of the picture, is the same symbol that you keep drawing. Jareth, Balthazar, you begin to move through checking different courses, but you get drawn back into the meat hanging room.
I'm just thinking that room.
Everything else seems solid. You've pushed, you've put your fingers into things, and Balthazar, you just wanted to go back. And you kind of move through the forest of hanging meat. And you get to the back. And due to the light from Jareth's sword that you cast the light on, there's a strange shadow that catches your eye. And you move towards the corner, and you see what seems to be a false wall. But it's not one that you would push. There is a slim wall. I don't know. Have you guys seen Angels and Demons?
A long time ago. Yeah.
So when they were in the castle, I think it was the Castle of the Archangel, there was almost an imperceptible... There was an imperceptible that was sort of an illusion. And so you guys begin... Oh, damn it. Oh, I should get to right click. You guys begin moving towards the back corner, Balthazar, where you found it. And you're walking towards it, and you swear that you're just walking towards the corner until you press yourself against this far wall and see that there's a small opening that takes you to the back. Once you squeeze through, and it's a squeeze through, you make it about 10 feet, and then it opens up into a large circular chamber. You're not quite sure what this room was because there's nothing in it. It's just stone. Maybe at one point it might have been like an old well. You're not quite sure. But you see scribbled on every inch of the stone with what looks to be something sharp like a long nail or a knife is the same symbol that you saw Oriana scribbling up in her little tower when you guys were back in the base.
Well, it's settled. We have to kill Oriana.
We'll bring Oriana into this room.
Did I
And this
see
is
this
strange.
symbol also when Oriana was scribbling it?
Did you go up and help her when she was screaming?
No, it was just me.
Anybody, because I think Toril was up there, and Jareth. Jareth carried her down. Toril was up there. I can't remember who else was up there. But this happened
was
during...
talking to our reinforcements that were coming in.
I believe
Okay.
it was Jareth that found me and brought me down after
Yeah,
I
it
had
was just
tried to
me.
mess with the orb and I was screaming in pain. And then
Yeah.
Toril tried to heal me
Right.
after I was
I
brought
wasn't
down.
up there initially. I think I just tried to heal her. With the,
So it's me who's seen the whole no work, all play, no, it's all work, no play makes Oriana a dull girl type of thing. I thought that's I've seen this writing before, but it's from one of our own.
And it's a strange set of runes that I believe that nobody can understand as they read it.
Have you tried using any kind of magic outside to read this? Do you have anything that can understand languages that can see through?
Lily and Callus, the same rooms again. They're just more parlors on that side of the house. Callus, you do find. You did not find any cigars. However, you saw a half-empty crystal decanter of brandy.
Try anything, Callus?
Well, I've already got one of those. I was hoping to snag a cigar at least.
Sadly, there was no cigars in there, and they just seem to be more entertaining parlors on this side of the house. Just places that you could have guests come and relax if they're staying at the house. All the main bedrooms seem to be upstairs.
Can I go up to the brandy, open up, and smell it? Does it smell like good brandy, or does it smell like cheap brandy?
It smells like very good brandy.
Usually
Cheap brandy usually smells like lighter fluid a little bit. You can pick up like the fruity notes of this just by smelling it.
Yeah, we should take that and see if it's been like altered.
I agree. So I will pack it up and stuff it in my carefully stuff it in my bag and secure it. So we gotta make sure none of it spills out, and that way we can thoroughly investigate.
Is there anything at the end of the hall?
The only thing at the end of the hall is sort of a podium with what seems to be a statuesque carving of two hunters on horses chasing what looks to be an elk.
Alright, I'll give that a once over.
And those actual RP spells actually come in freaking handy. I see them used all the time by Caleb.
I am particularly fond of roleplay spells. Just so you guys know, I know that Group A knows that.
There's plenty of times where they come in a lot of handy.
Callus, you give the statue like a once over. It's probably about 3 feet long. And it stands to a total height of 12 inches, which is like the tallest rider on the horse. And it is completely cast out of metal. You lift it up. It is heavy, but you're pretty strong. But there's nothing underneath it. It's a very beautiful, probably expensive piece. Behind it is a forest scene, like oil painting. Like a large tapestry, 6 feet long. It goes up to the ceiling and it drapes down behind the podium.
Looks like it's just a decoration piece.
And as you two move over to the west side of the house, you find a very large, grand dining room on the north side. There's a small entrance door here, a small entrance door here, and what you took for as the middle door is actually a very large, grand double door.
So I will join Lily after I replace the statue, which is crooked now.
This door here is a mirror image of the small bathroom that you saw on the north side, and then here is a sort of large gathering area, smaller than the dining room, but it seems to be kind of a... You'd imagine that they might listen to music here, and you move over to one of the larger kind of pieces of furniture covered with cloth, and you see that's actually a piano.
I would like to investigate the piano. Maybe I play a few keys. Anything happens.
Give me a dexterity check.
Straight up dex.
Yeah, just straight up Dex. You play the shit out of some chopsticks.
But nothing like no secret passage, nothing comes out, you know.
Nothing
there's
that you
no-
found in this. Nothing that you found in this area here. You guys make it into the dining room. Go ahead and give me investigation checks.
How's your investigation, Lily?
Wait, so who needs to make investigation checks? Me and Callus?
Yes, as you guys are in the dining room. Everybody that's in the basement, everybody that's upstairs, you guys have kind of found everything that's been kind of there. You're seeing the same symbol.
Real quick before we leave, I do want to do divine sense to see if it's like a desecrated place, because you can tell if a place has been desecrated or consecrated. I just want to see if there's something unholy about this location.
Oh yeah, you get down on your hands and knees and you sort of begin your invocation to the lady. You feel the kind of warmth begin to rush through your body and then kind of rush out from you. You can't sense any sort of desecration. You can't sense any celestial, undead, or any sort of infernal presence near you.
Okay, and it's just his crazy drawing room then.
Yeah, like it's a strange room. Almost like it was there when whatever sort of house that was here before was built. I mean, the town itself is pretty old.
Okay, well, I will head back up. Unless you want to stay down here, Belsar, I guess we can head back up.
No, we could head up.
Yeah, I think after we're done exploring our side, we found some, the page of the journal. I would make my way back to a common room where we could meet up with the rest of the group and kind of share notes.
Lily, you sort of give the outside of the room a once-over, checking, like pulling down the linen from the china cabinets that are kind of hung back up, looking around the fireplace. Callus, you have, for some reason, you just had this feeling come over you that you needed to check under the table. You look underneath the dining table.
I have those.
Yeah, you look underneath the long dining table, and you start to find scratchings. And you look at it, and you remember seeing one of these sort of markings on Oriana's body is when you saw it.
Yeah, I'm glad we all managed to find the same symbol.
And it's kind of disturbing that there's just certain places where this symbol is so pervasive and kind of written along everything.
Is it under the table or like scratched into the table, into the bottom of the table?
It's scratched into the bottom and along the outer edges, like scratched into secret places. That's what you guys seem to be picking up. More so around the other rooms than in the Sun's journal. In the Sun's journal, there is only like a crude depiction of it, but Toro, you can make it out right away. And he had more so questions as to what it means, as if he's seen it.
So if there's nothing on the table, I'm gonna basically turn over the table and show Lily.
Lily, you get down, you see the same symbols. Yeah, and a very, what's that Jim Carrey movie where he's going crazy and marking up all
23.
Yeah. So it's just like that.
Do I recognize the symbols? Do I know what they mean? Are they religious?
What languages can you speak?
Common and Goblin.
That's a strange set of languages.
Well, I don't get anything else. I mean, my background doesn't give me a language, and my... Anyways, those are the two languages I have.
Do we hear everybody else coming back downstairs?
Well,
Sorry.
Well, I'm not trying to be stealthy or anything.
You definitely hear the people upstairs beginning to congregate back to the steps, and then you hear the creaking of the steps and the footsteps as they make their way down.
before me and Talandros head down, I would
To kill
like
him.
to try to take that box, and almost in like a madness that has overtaken me.
So
Right,
it's not like a physical box.
Oh, it's not a box.
Think of like in the movies where people have a false space behind. Think of it as a medicine cabinet, and the door to the medicine cabinet was the painting of the family. You would think that they would hide whatever valuables that they have in there, but the valuables themselves were gone. The only thing that was left is on the walls of this like 1 foot deep kind of false space where you would sort of hide things. Is just the symbol that was carved over and over again. So it's not like a physical box you can take with you.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood what was in there. Then never mind.
Yeah, it's a strange proclivity. Like you sort of understand in a strange way that it just needs to be. It needs to be there.
In which case, Oriana just kind of starts tapping her foot. Like there's an itch that she needs to scratch, but she can't get it. And so this is kind of the only way to deal with it.
Are you okay? Do you recognize this symbol?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing great. And I'm just kind of nonchalantly turn, and I guess start... Well, I do want to see, did we... when we were doing our initial investigation, did we see anything under the bed? As far as the symbols like the brothel?
You look under the bed. Nothing hidden under the mattress. Nothing carved into the ground. No runes similar to the siphoning runes that you saw in the brothel.
Okay. Then with a smile on my face, I'll nonchalantly make my way back downstairs.
The one thing that you guys are getting from this right now is that most of these carvings, other than the ones that Balthazar and Jareth found down in that circular room, they're pretty recent. Like he did them within the last week almost.
So he was doing the other ones like while he was with his family, and then after they left, he did these in the house.
Yes.
So Talandros will start heading down after making a mental note of this symbol.
You guys all meet back at the grand entryway. At the base of the steps. Toro holding a piece of paper. And everybody else just kind of scratching their head, rubbing their chins, thinking, really.
If Toro shows a piece of paper, I'll say we found a whole room full of that symbol, and then I will turn to Oriana and say, "This is the exact same symbol I saw you had carved into the room at the tower. You need to start explaining what this symbol means, and you need to explain now, because whatever it is also seems to have infected this man's mind."
That
Yes,
symbol
we
is
also found.
in the same room. In the same room.
Oriana, we mean this not in a threatening way, more as a concern for your sanity and safety and well-being. But it seems that the young boy who lived here was also concerned about his father's mental state, and I show the page from the journal. He was questioning what the meaning of this symbol was and why he was beginning to find it scribbled around the house, as it seems the rest of us have found, evidence of.
Just consider this your intervention.
Jareth, you said you saw her carving this symbol? Was
When
this,
she screamed, it was carved and it was written all over the walls in the room that she was staying in.
now,
Ariana, we were both touched by darkness in that tower, but I feel like you've been touched in a greater degree than me.
I wouldn't say I was touched by darkness.
I would describe that in that tower as darkness.
And all I can say on the matter of the symbol is that I don't know what it means, only that it is.
Then why did you continue to write it?
There's something almost calling about it. It's fascinating and beautiful, and it's an urge, like when somebody tells you not to touch your face and you feel like you need to do it anyways. I have to show people. I have to show you.
Yep, she's addicted.
What do you have to show us?
I don't. I
Such a-
haven't.
Such wonderful things.
Yes, but it's not. It's not that simple. It's the same thing when with the the guard. It's not as simple as just. I just need to. Oh, I have no idea how to describe this, and she kind of starts like pacing back and forth.
Mark, can I get a read off of her? Like, is she being honest with us, or is she trying to hide something?
Yeah. What's your passive insight?
Passive insight.
13 or higher.
14. I'm proficient in insight.
So you're giving her you're sort of standing in the back and sort of closely watching her. Her eyes are very clear. She's trying to explain this the best that she can. You sense that she's being earnest, but she herself is having trouble trying to explain what it is, what this compulsion is.
Can you at least tell us what it means?
Oh, I have no idea, but it's absolutely gorgeous to look at.
Is this some sort of language? Can anybody read this? I don't recognize it.
Mark, could you draw it for us?
No, the drawing.
Did the fascination with the symbol come just from your experience with the tower, or with you fiddling around with the orb afterwards?
this
I found you holding it when you
is what I wish
screamed.
to ask. Is it the orb or the tower?
So, oops, I messed up. I accidentally pressed the wrong button, and now my download thing is going crazy. You remember that she was screaming, holding on to the orb. But the room was already covered in writing.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Then it was before. It's the tower. She's crazy. She wants to show us wonderful things.
If it's the tower, then my next initial thoughts is the tear that we took care of at our tower. Maybe that wasn't the only place that the tear showed up in. Maybe there's an opening here somewhere.
Isn't that still there?
Fleshy covering, but the tear is gone. I saw a glimpse of it the other side, and I have a feeling that she got more than a glimpse. I think she was brought bodily over to the other side. And I think it's had some kind of effect.
I'll ask Oriana. Do you feel the urge to draw it now? Right now?
Oh, I draw it all the time, and I'll pull out my Alchemy for Dummies book, which is now almost entirely littered with these things everywhere. See? And this page? And this page? I'll just walk through the pages.
This is weird.
I particularly like this page. It was amazing when I did this time.
I'll be just like, wow, that's pretty fascinating. Could I see your pen for a second?
No, I
The
don't.
one thing that kind of disturbs you the most at this point is when you see her sort of flipping through the pages, you can see underneath her sleeves where there seems to be scarring. You remember this clearly, Jareth and Toril. That she even started marking her own skin with this when she ran out of places to write with.
I definitely feel like there is something possessing her. And my fear is that it could take control to the point that the Count was under its control, and she may try to do something destructive to large groups of people. But I don't know what to do about it. I'm definitely not an advanced enough cleric to dispel.
We can visit the cleric who wishes to be the leader of this town. Since we saved the town, maybe if she's elected leader, we have some pull.
That's a good idea. Jareth, perhaps we ask her if she is familiar with exorcisms and might be able to help Oriana.
Is anybody able to read her thoughts? Perhaps you put her in a trance and somebody accompanies her into her own mind.
Wait, you can do that?
Afraid I don't have that kind of power.
I'd appreciate it if people didn't creep into my brain, thank you.
I think enough has already been creeping in your brain.
No, if
Also,
this is the case, maybe we should have checked to see if the symbol was marked upon the Count as well.
I tried changing it from a PNG to a JPEG just so it wouldn't take up a lot of space, but I'll do that later. But this is the symbol that you see carved everywhere.
Yeah, that looks like something I'd carve into my skin.
There's a strange runic pattern to it that tells you that it is some sort of wording. Just imagine this without the black circle around it. It's just the squiggly sort of lines here with the dots in the middle, over and over and over and over again.
Do I have any
You see
inclination? This means
You see a kind of
I thought-
crude representation of it, Toril, from the Sun's diary. But the carvings that everybody else found, and also the carvings in Oriana's chemistry books, her journals, any sort of scrap piece of paper she had, and the ones that she put into her skin are all just as crisp and detailed as this picture.
Do I have any idea what it might mean based on the horrific visions I saw in that black, shadowy world?
No, you didn't reach the point that Oriana reached.
Crossed over
Really?
bodily, yeah. Yeah, she
Yeah,
crossed over
and-
bodily into that world.
I mean, you watched, well, you saw it that consumed her a bit, and you guys had to snap her out of it when she came out.
Yeah, Jarrett's going off to believe that his mind touched it, and it was painful enough, but her body was pulled into whatever that was.
Yeah, she did get a full dose of that.
Yeah, Jareth, you glimpsed it. Oriana had
She lived it!
She came back with friends.
No, I came back on my own.
Yeah.
So we brought up an interesting point earlier that the cleric that is in the running for leading this town, or Holy Lady anyway, she might be more experienced than I am, and perhaps she has seen this symbol. Maybe we should go to her for information.
I think we've taken everything we needed to see about this place.
I was looking for her name in the notes, Mark. I couldn't find that page that has all the people we've met. So I'm sorry. I forgot.
It is
That's
it is
okay.
a completely different page. I apologize, but
Felicia
I'll put it back here.
Yes,
You see High
Felicia
Priestess
Surhart.
Felicia Surhart, High Priestess of Joaquin.
So I suggest that out of the people we've met so far, she might be the most knowledgeable of this type of issue, and maybe we should talk to her, especially if she's going to. Perhaps maybe she might win this election. This might be one of the issues that she'll have to deal with in her town.
Who's her opponent?
Useful to help clear Oriana's mind.
Helen Brecht Grants is her opponent.
Well, listen. I would love to learn more about this symbol. I don't want to brush over the whole exorcism thing. I'm not into that. That's not gonna happen.
Oriana, I love you. You're one of our party, but if we don't resolve this issue, I don't know if I can actually fully trust you.
Okay, but I don't see an issue, so I think we're fine.
Oriana, you're covered in wounds you've given yourself with this symbol, and you cannot stop writing it all through your journal. Your journal, which you used to use actually for alchemical needs, now you use as a sketchbook for the same symbol. You're not yourself.
All right.
The fact that you don't have an issue is an issue.
My concern is less that you're untrustworthy, but more that the fact that I am how you would say I look like a demon, and I'd rather not go through the process of an exorcism, which could only probably serve to hurt me physically and probably mentally.
I don't associate your looks with who you are. I don't think exorcism will be that kind of destruction to you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, but I'm still concerned.
And I will guard and make sure that does not happen. But I must know if you're cleared of this darkness that I know has touched you.
Worst case, we can just cut off your horns and sand them down flat like Hellboys.
Jesus.
Who is this Hellboy you speak of, Toril?
So
it's another one of his kind that actually does good things instead of drawing crazy symbols.
I don't like how you said their kind.
It's this crazy tiefling fighter from where he's from in Haran. He's a big old fucking.
I'd like to keep my horns if at all possible. Thank you.
Yeah, you don't cut off a tiefling's horns. That's like shaving a dwarf. You just don't do it.
Yeah, thanks, Callus. What is with people with my horns and my toy?
Well, I agree. We're not changing. We're not going to change you. We'll just make you talk to this lady. Let's leave this home. I think we found everything. Just symbols, more symbols, and symbols again.
Were there any symbols on that orb?
Can I go see this place that had more of these symbols, please? Downstairs?
If you'll let me accompany you, and others will come with us, sure. If you think it will help.
No, it's never mind. Fine.
I think we've seen all that needs to be seen here. With what we've gathered, we should probably go see the priestess unless it's too late.
So you guys didn't find anything else in those other rooms?
Just the symbol carved. About.
Only a strange repetition of that symbol around this house. So whatever it is that's causing it is prevalent throughout this place.
You know, I wondered if Robert Yarwick actually never journeyed to the tower.
Well, the rumors that we heard was that those who went to the tower never returned.
Maybe this time one person did.
You guys saw a lot of evidence of that as well. A lot of bodies, a lot of bones all over that place that you guys had to clean out for like a week before the others took over.
What's this tower you keep speaking of?
It's our home.
We got we have a fort not just a few days away.
Fort Dreckwald.
You are familiar with the story of Fort Dreckwald, Lily, and you cannot believe that they actually went there willingly, and that they actually.
Wait, what? Why? Of all places, why?
Well, you don't
Blackhearts-
find run down forts up for grabs just anywhere.
The Blackhearts needed a base. We were tasked with the job, and we succeeded where others had failed because of our excellent skills and teamwork.
Oh yeah, our excellent skills and teamwork, Callus says as he glances at Orion.
Huh?
Nothing.
Sorry, I started drawing symbols in the book again since we were on topic. It just.
Nice.
I'll put the book away.
So Oriana declining to go downstairs after Jareth kind of wanted to go with her. You guys unlock the front door, open it up to the sunshine that's sort of coming in. It's probably late afternoon now, getting close to the 4:30, 5 o'clock-ish time. And you begin to make your way back down. You guys said you're going to go to the Our Lady of Gold.
Yeah, I think she's the only high priestess in this town.
Okay. Well, there is a high priest, but he is of Lathander. If you guys look at your map handout for Eastrook, you can see that Lathander has a church here as well. As Lathander is like sort of the main god that is followed in Brahmana. He is sort of the one placed above all else, which is weird for Toro. Seeming how he seems to follow a more full god that wasn't split in half with one portion being placed above the other. So,
Right.
We should go see him instead, actually.
However, yeah, that I forgot that the Church of Lathander was here next to the town hall area. If I remember right, that's where it was on the map. And I forgot that. I would probably suggest that we go.
Yeah, that's a better god.
Sorry. State dinner. I think it's here or something. One of these two buildings, A or F.
For what?
The Church of Lathander.
It's Blue Egg because Blue F is the burnt down town hall.
Yeah. So we should go there.
and it is St. Ophian's Chapel.
Okay, we'll go there. I think Lathander.
Yeah, rather than bother the money priest, we can actually bother the priest who might know something about devils and demons.
Darkness.
Darkness, yes, we'll call it that, so as not to offend Oriana's sensibilities.
Did Lily tell us what kind of god she was worshiping, or if she did?
No, nobody asked her.
This injustice, and would I know from talking about justice and justice that perhaps it would be? Do you think I would have any knowledge of?
Well, while we were searching the
not
rooms, I would
being-
probably ask her.
Yeah, so not being a paladin of Brahmana, like the sort of, you're kind of in the same league right now as Toril, as the sort of religion of the Western land.
Oui.
It's kind of strange to you, as you are completely different from Toril and anybody else from Brahmana. You are monotheistic. You worship one god and one god only, and that is the Lady. Toril worships Pelor, but Pelor is a part of a what's the word I'm thinking of?
Pantheon.
A pantheon.
Part of a pantheon of four other gods. Three other gods. The mother Sarenrae, and then the son and daughter Myrmidia and Solkan. But you yourself, Estok, worships one god, and that is the Silver Lady.
That's the only one that matters.
So here, again, to you, this is so weird. It's like, why does everything need to be broken up, and why does everything need to have a specific god? Why does there need to be a god of the sun, moon, and a god of money and trade? Like, it's strange.
It is very strange. Yeah.
Like, the Lady encompasses justice, nobility, honor, and courage. But seemingly here in the Westerlands, there is a god for justice. There's a different god for courage. There's also a god of suffering. It's very strange.
Definitely not very efficient.
And yeah, during your guys' conversations, Lily, Callus sort of asked you as you were investigating, like, what god do you serve?
I serve the god Tyr, as you can see his symbol on my shield.
Oh, that's what that is. Got it.
I'm trying to follow my late mother's footsteps and try to do justice in the world.
Whoa, I was just asking who you worship. I don't need your whole backstory.
Somewhere Telondris is like pumping his fist. Callus is picking on somebody.
Oh, okay then. So, yeah, I worship Tyr.
You guys make your way out of Rose Hill, passing the same guards. They sort of give you nods as you pass through the gate, making your way down through Rose Hill Borough towards the burnt down town hall, and there you see the slightly extravagant Chapel of Lathander. Those of you from Vermont know that Lathander, like worshippers of Lathander, like they really practice the arts heavily. They believe that gifting art into the world is a blessing unto itself. But again, it has the same sort of sickening kind of like papal Baroque, like gold and stuff everywhere. You can imagine why it's in the Narsa part of town. It's definitely the Church of Joaquin, even though it's Our Lady of Gold, is definitely a lot more austere than the Chapel of Lathander, which is bigger. The doors are open. You see that there are acolytes moving around inside. It seems like they just finished what looked to be a service. They're lighting candles, wiping down benches. You see up by the lectern seems to be the patriarch of the church. You see kind of a pudgy, older gentleman, bald head, wearing immaculate white robes with gold embroidery, and I can't even think of the thing, but kind of like a sash that a valedictorian would wear around his neck, hanging down, and that too is sort of
Vestments?
yes, kind of like his vestments are sewn in with golden thread, and there's like lines going back and forth along the vestments, but even his clothes are opulent.
I'll see if I can stop someone and ask if they can point me towards the high priest.
One of the acolytes seems to be carrying what looks to be like white linens in his hand, stops at the door. That is the patriarch. He is the head of the church. Father Alton.
Father Alton, and where is he at?
He's standing there, and he points to the guy standing at the lectern with the opulent robe. Is there anything else you need?
I think that was it, thank you.
Peace be with you. And he moves.
This way, guys. Come on, Oriana.
Too late to back out of this.
No.
Yes.
I mean, yes, it's too late to back out. No, you're not going
Okay,
anywhere.
thanks, thanks, Jareth. I'll see you guys later. Have fun.
Nope.
Sorry, I misunderstood the question.
Really, it's for your own safety, Oriana. It's just it's like leading a child to the dentist. It really is for your own good.
I don't know about that. I think I'm okay out here.
Your self-made tattoos and book full of lovingly crafted same ruin to speak otherwise.
As they're trying dragging her in, I still think we should investigate the other church because that's where the Duke was staying the night. Perhaps they might have more insight on what happened to him during that night.
Well, he said
Now,
not because he brought him there.
Yeah, last session, you guys know that you brought him there. They helped him. They sort of washed his body. They fed him. And he slept there. They seemingly washed his clothes. But as you guys asked, like, can you guys keep him here? They told you straight out.
No, we can't, basically.
If he desires to leave, we can't keep him.
I made him sober. They said we can keep him for the night, but if he wants to go, we're not in prison.
Yeah, so that's kind of what you're getting from that, at least.
Okay.
But if you guys want to go there and investigate, you're more than welcome to.
No, he just left like he's supposed to. I'll try walking up to Father Alton, and I'll give him a bow, fitting his position. Sir, do you have time?
The light of dawn always has time for those seeking its warmth. What may I do for you, my son?
We are members of the Black Hearts, and we may have an issue that perhaps you might be able to help us with. And I think it also ties back into the issues with your royalty here that fell under, I guess, the sway of sin and began losing his family. They seem to be tied together. We were sent to clear out Fort Drackwald, and while there, we one of our members here, I think, may have been more affected by the darkness within it than others. And I'm sorry, Chris is speaking here. Was it Baron? I forget his name. Sorry, Baron Erstwhile, or his name was.
What's that? The Count?
Count. Okay,
Robert Yarwick.
We stopped Robert Yarwick from I think causing great damage to the vote today, and we went to investigate his house and found this symbol. And I'll have Toril show the symbol. Or I guess we can show him around his sketchbook.
I can show him, or a page.
Or you can just roll your sleeves.
Tightly in my backpack.
This symbol seems to have been heavily on his mind. It filled an entire room, and I've seen it because our compatriot here went in our fight to free Fort Dracula from the darkness within. I was touched, but she was forcibly pulled and then returned to this world. And I think that it's touched her more. We do not know the meaning of this symbol, but she cannot stop drawing it, and it feels like there's some kind of compulsion behind it. And I don't know if you understand the symbol or help us understand what shadow lies over her and kind of over me, but not as much.
He looks at the symbol, and he kind of traces it out. This is not of a celestial, demonic, or devilish nature. That I can assure you. I imagine you might have known that before.
I saw a land of shadows, pure shadows that rise to try to grab me.
There are magics that allow you to comprehend languages beyond those that you've known, but such magic is not within the purview of the church.
Do you have any means of seeing if there's anything still hovering over our compatriot here? Some darkness that I've tried to cleanse her, but I have only the ability to cleanse poison and disease, and I feel that something else has taken hold that I have not have the power to remove. It's something that has affected her beyond my abilities.
If I can interject, I think darkness is relative, and it's more of a shadow casted by like a tree in a bright sunlight.
Sure.
Sorry, I don't feel comfortable here, and I'd like to leave.
All should feel comfortable here within a house of God. You are welcome, child. Your friends seem to be worried for you.
I don't think they need to be.
I cannot help someone against their will. If she chooses not to take the help of the church, there is not much I can do. But if she feels she is healthy to move on without such help, then perhaps she is. These things take different forms. Perhaps it is a buildup of stress of what both of you have seen. As you said, this seemed to affect her more as whatever it was took more interest in her. And maybe getting this out could be a way for her to ease whatever it is that happened. People deal with stress differently. Perhaps give it time. Has she shown much change, different from when you've met her?
Not at all.
Do you know her well?
I don't think I've changed.
I thought I knew her well.
Except for the whole murder bit.
I still don't consider that murder.
You see him kind of begin to move from the lectern, and he kind of moves down from the small set of stairs from where he would give his sermons for the day, and he kind of moves to you, Oriana.
Oh.
And he kind of takes your hands. And he just kind of
I don't
looks
like
to
this.
you. Should you ever worry about your safety or the safety of your friends, know that help is always here and that you are always welcome in the light. His eyes are very genuine. His words are very forthcoming. He doesn't want you to feel anxious or nervous about being in this place. He seems very accepting of you.
That's how they get you.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull my hands out of his and take a step back and say, "No, I feel great, thanks." All right, I think we're done here, guys. Yeah.
Do not be afraid to call upon the church should you need help. If you are indeed of the Black Hearts, stories of what you accomplished within the city of the Dawn has reached even here. If you would allow me, and he sort of holds out his hands, and then you hear him begin a prayer. For the next 24 hours, all of you are under the effect of Bless.
Oh, sweet.
Nice.
Awesome.
Except for Oriana, who's a crazy bitch. Got it.
Oriana, you are under the effects of Bless.
Awesome.
Nice.
I will give him a bow of gratitude and thank him
Does
for
that
this
stack with
blessing.
inspiration?
What's that?
No, bless
Oh,
is you can like the spell.
Yeah, so you guys, you're pretty much for the next 24 hours under the effects of the spell Bliss. So you can add a D4 to attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws.
It's pretty sweet.
It's not ability checks, Mark, just attacks and saves.
Yes. Ability checks is what you do with guidance.
Yes, that's what guidance does.
It's okay, Mark. On Critical Role, they often get blessed, and they forget it's not ability checks either.
You know how hard it is to try to remember every spell you guys have?
It's extremely hard why I players to put the full text of the spells in their character sheets. Because I don't have them all memorized either.
May Dawn's inspiration fall upon you, and may you travel the sunward road in peace. And he kind of turns, and he moves back up to his lectern, and you see that he's moving papers around.
Thank you, Father Alton. It was a pleasure.
Well, he blessed Oriana, so she must not be cursed.
Yeah, I was wondering how Oriana's feeling with the
I would like to leave the church now, please. Thank you.
I love you, Connor.
Mariana's like, get me the hell out of this horrible place.
He touched me!
Priest man touched me.
It's like visiting my stepmom.
Father, I am sorry to ask, but just out of curiosity, why aren't you running in the election?
Say that again?
I mean, there's another church running. Why didn't you put your hat in the ring as well?
It was the people who chose. I sit as High Lector of this church on the town council, from which also advises and serves the count. It was the people who chose. Through vote, and it was decided that the two would be the High Priestess and Herbrecht.
I see. Well, again, I apologize for such a rude question. I will, respectfully bow and, take my leave.
The search of knowledge is nothing to be ashamed of. Good day.
Is there a library in this town that we might be able to see if we can find this symbol in any written language in a library somewhere?
Or magic
Sure.
user,
Mage?
magic power.
A mage greater than
Sadly.
Balthazar?
Sadly, the knowledge of books is in the building that lies behind us in ruins. It was a travesty for the town hall to be burnt down. I assume it will take quite some time for us to restore the books lost in the blaze.
I understand. That is a tragedy indeed. Is there a guild of mages in Eastrook?
I believe we know that there's like most Eastrook doesn't have. It's like there's only 3 magic casters here because they don't really like magic for some reason.
Well, yeah, those elvish people maybe have magic that can help us.
So it's what you guys have learned kind of traveling through here is that it's not very welcoming to large groups of people that can use magic gathering together. It's sort of like that witch hunt feeling. Like, oh, they're a witch. And you assume that people that have those skills really keep it to themselves and sort of run businesses and try their best to be upstanding citizens. Otherwise, they risk the wrath of the Order of the Scale, which is where the witch hunters and the Templars are from.
Maybe our rich friend has contacts we could ask.
Or we can just go to the Ruby Dragon and see if the.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking that too. Yeah.
Can just see if he can translate it.
Well, it is getting close to evening time. My stomach is starting to rumble a bit for dinner. The Ruby Dragon sounds like a good idea.
Oh, you're staying at the Ruby Dragon?
Are we? I thought we were staying.
No, we went there for eat. We didn't stay in there.
We're staying at the Podunk place.
We're staying up at the north end of town.
Oh,
Podunk
that's
place.
so harsh. She tried to make that so nice for you guys.
Yeah,
That's
we're at the Fool's Respite.
Oh, I was going to get lodgings at the Windmill Inn.
Yeah, well, there was a festival at the time, and it was all booked up.
You guys begin to leave St. Ophian's Chapel and begin to make your way towards the main road. Well, no. You guys just head, I believe it's right here.
Before we leave, I want to leave even though I'm running low on money, I'm going to leave 5 gold for the church for the blessing, and that's a tithe.
Okay. It gets put into the collection box. One of the acolytes thanks you. You guys begin to make your way towards the Ruby Dragon.
Yes.
Although, that said, me typing there that I'm really broke, if you just pray, sometimes 10 gold pieces just appears in front of you. And you can use that to buy a whole meal for the party. Winking at Balthazar. That's pretty funny.
You guys make it to the Ruby Dragon. You see that there is quite a crowd inside. There is one long table that's open for everybody to sit at. But there seems to be a sort of general jovial kind of celebrating. Everybody seems to be sort of washing away the stress of what happened today, kind of going on about it. It's a very mixed crowd. You see a lot of market goers here, as well as the up-and-comers, sort of the rich, snobby people kind of inside as well. Just a mishmash of people.
Did they finish the election, or is that later?
You ask somebody, hey, what's going on with the election? And they say, well, she won. We have a countess.
They already have the results?
They already have the results. I believe it was, and he looks over to his friend. A majority of 520, they said. And they're like, yes, a majority of 520. I mean, it's, by the time, the voting started at like 8. No, it started at 11. And it's like 8 o'clock now. And it kept everything going. And there was only that brief moment of like 30 minutes where all the shenanigans happened. And you guys stopped it. So you guys were able to keep it going pretty well.
Yeah, I congratulate him, the townsfolk that we just asked about the vote, and say I hope you're happy with the result. I think she will make a fine leader for your town.
She is a kind woman. A very kind woman. It is definitely a departure from nobility. Maybe this starts a trend.
When is she supposed to move into the manor?
That I'm not quite sure. To be completely honest with you, I don't even know if she will move into that manor, being so tied to the church as she is.
Good, I don't think she'd appreciate the art in there.
But this is a celebration, and he stands up and he's like, Romilda! 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 loggers, if you will, coming right up. And you see that she brings 8 cold mugs of crisp, delicious beer. And he kind of hands it to all of you. Thank you for your hard work. I hear that if it wasn't for your ragtag band, there would have been some loss of life in the market.
Oh, thank you.
Blackheart's always willing to help.
Everybody's kind of like cheering to you guys as you guys take your drinks, make your way to the table. What do you guys want to do?
I'll actually, after everyone sits down, I'll stand back up and head towards the bar to look for the owner. I have misplaced my notes, so I'm spacing on his name.
You look, and standing behind the bar, kind of speaking with everyone with a very large smile, serving drinks, bringing back food orders, is Gilgallion Talandweir.
So I'll head over to Gilgallion and see if I can get that symbol translated, or if he knows anything of it.
Ah, Sir Talandris. Welcome.
Yeah, I see you have a huge crowd here tonight.
Ah, it's a celebration. What can I do for you?
We were doing some further investigations and came upon a symbol that we are unable to translate. I wasn't sure if you were skilled enough in being able to do such a thing.
While I have some power, I will say that my aptitude for the White Tower did not go past most, which led to my life of working a fishing boat, which then led to my life leaving said life to come live a better life here. It is of no language, if it is a language, that I've ever seen.
Oh, it was worth a shot. Either way, it was always nice to come back to the Ruby Dragon.
Is it true you stopped the Count? He tried to kill.
It is true, but we believe he was being controlled, used as a pawn.
He was a good man.
I suspect.
Know that I say this with absolute sincerity. He was a good man. I will send over the waitress. Whatever you and your compatriots want tonight is on the house.
Thank you.
On that.
With
You make your way back to the table.
Yeah.
A waitress soon comes, takes any order that you guys want.
Yeah,
You
I
guys
was.
can stay here
I
for
was
the.
gonna
You can
get up.
You can stay here for the whole night and drink to your heart's content if you guys want, and everything is free.
I was
I was going to ask, does that include drinks?
Yes, anything you guys want tonight is on the house.
I was gonna get up and leave. I gotta get lodgings, and then Talandra says, "Oh, everything's on the house." I'm like, "Oh," and I sit down for dinner.
Pay Lord provide.
Just have faith, my friends. Baylor provides.
I will have what looks good.
I'm gonna try the absinthe then.
Oh yeah.
And they go like full deal with the absinthe. You order it, and after a while, one of the waitresses comes out. She brings a small candle. She begins to melt the sugar, mixing it in with the absinthe, pouring in some water, like the whole shebang. And then she gives it to you. While it is extremely bitter, it leaves a strange cloying taste in your mouth. The sugar kind of cuts it. And just one glass of this stuff, like you get a pretty good buzz.
I will have the crispy roast duck with cherry sauce.
It is yours. It is brought out with the mushrooms and the salad, and yeah, you have a.
That sounds really good.
I'm gonna.
This is like some of the best food. Again, it's like some of the best food you guys have had. Even like the smaller stuff, like the dumplings again that you guys get that are super spicy, are still delicious. All the drinks are just top quality. Everything is fantastic.
I'll order the eel and then have everybody try it.
Nice.
I love eel in real life. I mean, I love eel. Eel sushi is my favorite.
Do you guys just kind of spend the rest of the day here, like sort of drinking and partying before moving back to the full rest?
Lily doesn't drink. She will eat dinner and everything, but if we're done for the day, she will get up and say, "Excuse me, I have to go secure lodgings," and I will. If there's anything else, you can find, if possible, find me at the Windmill Inn.
Callus has a big straw stuck into a keg of lager by the end of the night.
As you get it to leave, I'll get up and courtesy and wish you a good evening.
Same.
And when the waitress is around, I'll ask if there's like an aviary so I could send off letters and stuff like that.
You can head to the market district, but they may be closed today just due to the celebrations. Early on in the morning, they should open close to dawn.
I thank her, and I will take my leave and head towards the Windmill Inn.
It is a glorious night of drinking and eating, even though the food and the drinks you guys have are free. You guys are being sent over drinks and more drinks by other people inside. Everybody's giving you guys profuse congratulations, just profuse thanks. And it is a very genial, upbeat, fun atmosphere inside the Rose Dragon tonight. And we'll say it's getting close to like 1:30, 2 a.m. You guys begin to make your way back through the town, and even now there's still singing. There's still people with like torches dancing out in the street lights. Everybody's still drinking. Seems like the party's not going to stop for a while. Everybody's kind of happy that the voting is finished. They have a new leader, and it was the more popular choice out of my random D5000 vote that I rolled. So
Mark, was I able to secure a room?
yes, it's a small room. It's not one of the larger rooms, but it was one that opened up.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So I'll pay a gold piece, and I would also ask if they have any ink and paper, writing stuff, I could write a letter if possible.
I can bring some up for you. That is fine.
Thank you. And where do I situate my horse?
Just in the stables at the Windmill Inn.
Okay. So yeah, I will go up to my room and get settled in, and once they deliver my pen and paper, I will bid them good night and start writing the letter.
Okay. Morning has come. Those of you that imbibed, give me Constitution checks.
Imbibed excessively? Because I just had the one glass of wine.
Yes, just imbibe excessively through the night. The DC due to the bless is super low.
Balthazar did not.
Solanges did not, but I kind of want to roll still just to see what I would get.
So I double crit fail. I crit failed my check, and I crit failed on my blast. But Talos is a dwarf, and you have regrets when you offer a dwarf free ale and drinks.
You've got a headache, but it's not pounding. You just feel like you really need to drink water.
A headache in the morning means a party well partied.
The DC was 11, but with a full D4, minus 4, so the DC was 7, since everybody has a bless on them. The only person that failed was Cal.
Yeah, I was not being shy that night.
As
I was either.
As you guys are sitting down for your morning porridge, there is a knock on the door, to which Dasha opens, and you guys see a very familiar, lanky teenage kid wearing leather armor. You remember that this was Thorn, the squeaky-voiced 13-year-old runner that the sheriff was using, and he has a letter for you. Dasha takes it, brings it over, hands it to whoever takes it first, as Thorn runs away.
I'll go ahead and take the letter.
You take the letter and you unroll it. I need a dexterity saving throw. I'm just joking. It's just a note from. It's just a note from the sheriff. He's asking you guys to stop by the office at your earliest convenience.
Looks like Steiger would like to see us all.
Okay. I feel great this morning.
Wonderful day.
Whenever
You guys-
you're ready, I'll go get my.
Do you guys
Yeah.
go get Lily first? Or do you guys just head to the sheriff's office?
We should
I'm going to
probably go
assume
Lily.
that Lily was summoned by the sheriff, since she's working for him. Maybe we'll see her if. I mean, she did wanted to try out for the, so I guess we should have her with us if we're going to examine her abilities.
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, we'll make sure she's with us. If she's not on the way to the sheriff's, we'll go get her.
Mark, did my room come with breakfast? Or
Yes.
okay.
It
did say on the menu,
Your room
so.
comes with a breakfast. And we'll say you ate it pretty early. Boba, what's up, buddy?
I ate boba?
You ate it pretty early. And then you went to deliver your letter. And as you were walking back to the inn, sort of in between the buildings, you see the group kind of walking down the street, heading towards the sheriff's office.
We would have stopped by to make sure she was going to come.
Morning.
We've all been summoned to the sheriff. You care to come along?
Sure. I haven't received a summons, but yeah.
You guys make your way in. The sheriff's office is a lot quieter than it was before. There are people working, but there's no people like constantly running in and out. You see that you're on the back end of whatever was just happening. Marissa sees you, points to the back. You guys make it back into the office, and there you see sitting in the sheriff's office with him is Helen Brentz, who sort of stands up and he kind of gives you guys a curt bow as you make your way in. Sorry for calling you here so early, but I had something that I need to give you all, and Herr Grentz here had something that he wished to give you all as well. For your reward for bringing in the arsonist. And he starts pulling out 8 bags. I believe the bounty was for a total of 50 gold, since there was 8 of you, and you went above and beyond. Please, take this with my thanks. So everybody gets 50 gold each from the sheriff's office.
Lily looks at the bag and she asks, "Forgive me, but did he confess that he was the one that burnt down the town hall?"
He still has not said anything other than the confession that he was saying still. Nothing we speak to him seems to be breaking through. We've tried to make appeals to him for his family, but it doesn't seem like he's quite there.
But forgive me, then how do we know that he is truly the one that set the fire? Yes, we caught him with the blazing ore, but that doesn't mean he committed the fire at the town hall.
May I see him? To see if there's something influencing him?
Speak to Rissa, she'll take you back.
Okay. I will speak to Arissa to go back there.
If you feel uncomfortable taking the gold, and he sort of pulls it back, I can put it back into the reward area for another bounty. And he kind of pulls it off the table and puts it underneath. Right now, it's all we have to go off of, that he was the arsonist.
Funds would be very helpful for our company, but if there are suspicions still, our eyes will still be on the lookout, as we are here to help.
How long do you plan on staying in town?
This is Chris' question. Did we accomplish what our boss had asked us to do in this town?
The boss just told you to give a letter to him, and to have a rest. And it seems like your guys' rest has been sort of interrupted by this.
Oh, I think we've done a good job then.
You're taken back into the jail area, and you see that there's a couple like drunkards in there from the night before. It smells of like sweat, urine, and old liquor. You make it back to a far corner, and you see just sort of sitting in a bench with his back against the wall, staring straight ahead.
I'm going to, after experiencing what we did yesterday, I'm going to cast this and look at him, inspect him.
There is no active magic on him.
Hey, Mark. I think I was just curious if the half bottle of whiskey that we took from Robart's house, if it was being affected by detect magic.
That's currently in my room.
Yeah, because I think Lily took that.
I will grab her across the throat and I go, "Why did you leave it?" No, I don't.
Give me my brandy.
Okay, then I will.
Yeah, so
One second.
there's no active magic on him that you can pick up. He's just sitting there, straight back, staring straight ahead, smiling, and you try to talk with him, and he says the same thing. Over and over again.
Anybody try pinching him or splashing him with cold water?
I think it's one word.
Could I ask the sheriff, like, has things died down since the elections are over?
I mean, it's still too early to tell. It's only the day after, you know. Town's pretty quiet right now. The partying really didn't stop until about 4 a.m.
Wait, so the guy in the room is the opponent to the priest, right?
He was the previous count.
No, the Hellbranch is in the room with us.
Yes, he is there with the sheriff. And this guy, Robert Jarwick, is staring straight ahead like a doof inside the jail cell, seemingly only able to say 3 sentences.
I did try to say there's magical hanging over him, so whatever this is, it's got him to be basically a mumbling puppet. Is something beyond normal magic.
And Balthazar would have explained to you sort of the effects of a spell such as it seems like his mind has been altered.
I think that's not like dominate person would still be hanging over him, but yeah.
So
Has any of the high priests come in to look at him?
we haven't really asked. Again, it's only the day after. Once everybody gets settled, I think we can find more time. I'm just glad we got him stuffed away, unable to hurt anybody.
How's Helen Bretch? Does he look visibly upset that he lost? I mean, can I get like some sort of read off of him?
He looks genial. He's sort of waiting for you guys to be done speaking to the sheriff so he can politely contribute.
Please contribute.
A reward for your courage and your valiance. You saved quite a bit of the townspeople, and to show our thanks, the Dalen Trust would like to award you all this. And he sort of calls out, "Come in!" And you see 2 burly men hefting a very large chest. Inside this chest, you will find 8 sacks, 200 gold pieces, 1 for each of you. This is just a pittance of what we could do. Should you wish to open up an account with the bank, it will be done free of charge. And any loan you wish to take from the bank to secure housing within the city, just come talk to me.
It is most generous. Thank you.
Mark again. Do I feel like? Am I getting a read off him? Do I feel like that maybe he's bribing us? You know?
Only you can see an act of charity as a bribe. But go ahead and give me an insight.
So he gave us a bag of 50 gold each, and now he's giving us 200 gold each?
The sheriff gave you a bounty each, 50 gold for apprehending and bringing
Okay,
in
the
Robert
sheriff.
Yarwick. And that was a part of the bounty board. Helen Breck Grentz is sort of giving you money from the bank as a thanks for service to the town and for saving lives. Lily, he seems earnest.
Okay.
2 lines each?
Something's not feeling right. That's why I didn't take the bounty board, the 50 gold for that. But I don't know. Something's in her gut. But she will take the 200.
I thank him for his generosity and his good graces for taking the loss so well. And hope that he continues to show his support for the elected leader of his town.
Like I said, it's an office that I never wanted. But if voted to, I would have served. I think it's better this way. And he kind of winks at you and kind of gives you a smile.
This was indeed.
I hope to see you
generous.
again. And again, this was the least we could do.
If it is Pelor's will, we will see you again.
And he sort of gives you guys a curt nod, shakes everybody's hand on the way out, and just walks out with his 2 burly bank security guys that carried the chest over, and leaves, sort of just leaving you guys in the room with Sheriff Steiger, who kind of sits down, kind of looks at you all, and he's like, so, what's your plan? I know you guys said you were here for some R&R, but kind of took that away from you. I do apologize. But you guys have done some stellar work for me.
Well, we still got to relax a little bit and learn more about the town since we'll be neighbors. It has been a few days, so we probably are due to report back.
When you're done with the badges and due to report back, just hand them in to Marissa. She'll give you your payment for time worked. Again, it's not much, but I hope the bounty will help.
I'm just glad we made a difference in this town and also showed how good the Black Hearts can be.
I know the new Countess also said she wished to see you. Should you wish to go see her today, she is still within Our Lady of Gold. And we have received missives from the lumber camp in regards to the knoll problem that is happening in the forest. Let me know if that's something you're interested in. Otherwise, I can see if Helen Breck can send some of the other mercs that way to help them out.
What do you think, guys? Want to take on some knolls before we head?
I think we could use some time outside of town, perhaps just to stretch our legs again. And I tell him that it'll be comforting to know that Fort Drakveld, our fort, will benefit from the finances that we just received, and that it should be a comfort to your town, your small town, to know that a fortified area is within a short distance from you.
Yeah, and if I didn't tell you guys before, I will inform you guys that I've already set up an order for materials so that we can start repair work.
Yeah, we have a whole list of things we want to do to our fort.
Yeah, I've already asked for him to basically confirm payment so that we can repair the walls, and basically everything that's already there is going to go back up to 100%.
Well, I will admit, I do wish the officially join the Blackhearts. But I do think we should meet the High Priestess before, if we plan on leaving.
You hear the sheriff sort of point to Lily. You'd be lucky to have her. She's a good sword.
Well, let's go see the High Priestess, and we can maybe give more information on where these gnolls are and clear them out, then report back.
He sort of reaches into his drawer and he pulls out a piece of paper and he begins writing it. He kind of hands it to you. It's basic directions. Head out towards the main road. Follow the river north. Just stay by the river. It'll take you to the lumber camp. It's a good 5 miles north. Just a quick ride with your wagon. Don't be strangers.
Good day, Sheriff.
You guys make your way out. Walking to the north side of
As we walk out into the street, I walk next to Oriana, and I say, so, let's just be careful not lumberjacks with your lightning bolt while we go out there and deal with this.
Aim for the gnolls.
Well,
Yes, aim for the gnolls.
I would aim for the things that needed to die. I think it's pretty straightforward.
Let's just
Well,
aim for the
that's
gnolls.
disconcertingly cryptic.
It's a little vague, but yeah, I'm just saying we should specifically aim for the gnolls. I don't think the lumberjacks need to die, but I guess we'll deal with that when we get there.
Also, on the topic, just throwing it out there, guys, if we're looking for things to do, those newly uncovered runes sound pretty juicy.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I was thinking the ruins too sound nice.
I suggest we secure their supply line if we want to do trade before we check out the pretty little tumbled down buildings.
We already committed to the gnolls. We can do that first. Priestess, gnolls, ruins.
Yeah, I like that. The gnolls and the
Okay.
runes part, not the priestess part.
Yeah.
Stop at the
You
bank
guys-
and set up some accounts on the way.
Yeah.
Want to carry this much
Um,
coin?
So, magical banking in this world does exist. Some of you might be wary of it because they need your blood to tie it to your account. Giving your blood makes a vault key. The vault key can be used at any place of business, anywhere that accepts gold if you have that account. Seemingly, using your key at any store will let you pay with the gold you have. The only bad thing is you have to make deposits of the gold that you have into your accounts. So any gold that you loot, you'll have to carry until you deposit it into a bank.
Mark, do I have an account?
Nope. You got a horse though.
Nope, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure.
And you guys make your way to the north side of town. And there, a hive of activity is Our Lady of Gold. There are sort of giving out what looks to be like soup and food out front. The priestess is sort of walking around, sort of graciously taking everybody's congratulations. She's sort of smiling, handing out breads, things like that, sort of meeting with the people. She sees you guys. Her face lights up. Great big smile. If it isn't our heroes, please, come, there is something I wish to give you. And she leads you inside the church. She sends one of the acolytes to the back, who comes out bearing a very modest chest that looks more like a crate. She brings it, lays it down, opens it. Inside, laying in hay, are 4 superior healing potions and these strange foxtail talismans. She picks one up. She hands one to you, Toro. Please take these with our thanks.
What can I do with talisman?
Wearing this talisman upon yourself imbues you with a certain cunning.
Ooh, I could definitely use some cunning, since it's not my strong suit.
So, wearing these talismans, there's one each for you.
So there's 8.
There's 8 total, but there's only 4 potions of superior healing.
Dibs.
And as you look at the talisman, you see that it's a piece of the foxtail and some of the canine fangs sort of tied together with a leather cord. It's very small that you can sort of hang it on one part of your armor. This is what it does. There is latent magic inside that helps you. You can call upon the full power of this talisman, though doing so destroys it. It was the best we could do in such short time. I wish I could do more.
I'm probably never going to use that power and just keep the +2.
She looks at you, Oriana, as you're kind of hesitant. Is there something wrong, child?
Just, seem very nice of you. Thank you.
She's looking at you with very piercing eyes. Like she's trying to look deeper into you. It's kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm not looking directly at her. I look at her and then I look away, and then I look back and then I look away. Can I help with something?
You seem troubled.
Just, not a. I don't feel like me and churches meld very well.
You're always welcome here.
Yeah, that's a very creepy thing to say.
Can I see your hand? Are you hurt?
No, I'm great.
So we feel like maybe something has happened to her deep within.
Nah, I'm fine.
Is this something you would like to talk about in private?
No,
Please.
I think I'm okay.
Humor me?
I could go with you, since I also experienced it. And protect you if you...
It seems she's uncomfortable speaking this out in the open. Especially amongst you.
No, I'm
Call it
uncomfortable.
an inquisitive nature. I am sorry if I'm prying, but there's something in your eyes that troubles me. And I just want to help.
I think I am okay.
If you need my help, let me know.
Cool.
They're really powerful healing potions, though.
I'm gonna let someone else take the healing potions.
Isn't that a 8d4 plus 8 or something like that?
Yeah, 8d4 plus 8.
So, I'm not going to take one unless you guys want me to have one because I can magically heal people. So I would recommend giving it to people that can't magically heal people.
I can't carry it, so I'm out for holding
It's half a pound. You can't carry half a pound. Well, you did just get 250 gold that you probably can't carry either.
Mark, also, just to be clear, I'm not going to take a talisman. I will leave that there.
Okay, no problem.
Can I wear hers and get a +4?
It's not how it works. But
No,
you guys
but
have-
you could
Someone
you
should
could wear
follow
one and crush one, and then you would get an advantage with a +2 for a minute.
Well,
or
as
dust does not give
Oriana,
benefit.
like as Oriana says, she doesn't want to take it. I mean, it's taken back and sort of put away since everybody already has one.
I will pick up one of the healing potions because it seems like everybody's not picking one up.
I'll take one as well.
Or
And I'll take one if nobody else wants it.
So I think that was 3 picked up so far.
If there's one left for Merrick, he would take one. He's squishy. But fast.
And just to verify, I know we each got 50, but you're also saying that 200 was per person as well?
yes,
Okay.
Lily didn't take the 50 for her. She took the 200.
Everybody has 250 gold each, except for Lily, who's like, no, keep your gold.
Can I take her gold?
No, that was back. Something's not okay. Never mind.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works. You can't just take it. No,
Sure it does. You just put them into my hands, and the trade is done.
We'll just take it to her.
Here. If it'll make it better, you can you give it to her, and then she gives it to me.
That was back at the sheriff's office. We're not at the sheriff's office anymore.
know that you will always be welcome here at the Church of Our Lady of Gold for the things you've done. As Countess, I hope to make this a better town for everyone. You have definitely helped by saving countless lives. I even had your valiant friend come check on me during that time of peril. May the goddess watch over you all. And she does like a very deep sort of bow to you guys. It kind of makes you uncomfortable. It's the way like a servant would bow to like a king. And she kind of comes up and she's just smiling warmly.
We are here to help, and the Black Hearts will always be nearby and a name you can call upon.
I'm gonna do this
She
again.
does that. She does that anime smile, where like it's a very wide, bright smile. Like it's that anime smile where like the sun like shines through a window and like highlights her face.
I was thinking the anime style where it's just like her eyes are just two curves and her smile is just one big curve. That's super simple.
You never go full demon.
Well, something's really bugging me. I'm gonna try to get a read off the priestess. I don't know.
So what? Just your passive insight's 14, right? And I'm just going to prepare. I'm just going to make sure that any NPC or character I make, you're just going to insight the shit out of them every time. I have to prepare myself for it. Like, hey, look at my baby. I would like to insight check this baby. Something is wrong.
this whole thing's not sitting well with Lily. It's
What are you trying to insight? The fact that she wishes you well? The fact that she gave you gifts? What are you trying to perceive or look at that she's lying about?
This like everything that was just kind of swept under the rug. We first started investigating this and everything like that, and all of a sudden it's just like, okay, the election's over. I don't know. Something's just, I don't know.
So, I mean, if you want to roll an insight check, you need to let me know what's bothering you. You can't be like,
I know. That's what
can I insight her to see if she's hiding something? Like, she has to say something for you to be like, is she lying to me? I need to know.
Right. No, you're right. I'm just saying something like in Lily's gut. She can't put a pin on like something's not feeling right. But I mean, she can't. There's nothing more she can do.
You are more than welcome to have your aspersions because I welcome those. I love that. But if you're going to insight, I need to know. What your insight.
I know, and I'm just like, God damn this whole. So I'm just.
It's understandable. You literally just got here and you're being showered with gifts. Your current group that you're with has told you that they've been working in the town, patrolling and doing stuff for about 3 days. So they've made themselves more known than you have at the moment. So there's also that part of the equation you can think about. Are you guys going to the bank before you head to the Knoll camp? Or
As the group leaves, I do plan on staying a little far back, and I want to talk up Felicia real quick about what happened at the tower, and what I experienced, what I feel Oriana and I experienced, and just look for her advice, what to look out for. But I don't think she's quite there.
Let her know if she needs to talk to someone. She has my ear.
The problem is she doesn't want to talk to anybody. She thinks she's fine.
To be fair, we've only met 3 days ago.
I've known her for a while, and I feel I'm worried.
Give her time.
I'll thank her and bow. I guess stop at the bank and get our horses and such.
Okay. We'll just say you guys go to the Fool's Respite, get all the horses going. You summon your war horse. You guys use the wagon to head towards the market district. And all of you guys open a bank account.
Lily will not open.
Okay, he clearly explains to you the sort of method from which they do it. You actually walk up to what looks to be a marble basin, where you prick your finger, a drop of blood flows in, and from the blood in the marble basin forms a key. He tells you that this key is specifically attached to you and you yourself. Nobody else can hold this key and use it, only you can. And that if you have extra money, you must come to a branch to deposit it.
There's a
Can
branch
they
in every
lose
town.
the key?
What's that?
Can they lose the key?
You can lose the key. It may cost money to make a new one. You never know. I mean, the first time is for free.
Is there a branch in every town and village, or how does the work?
Right now, this is the first major branch out of the city that we are forming, just due to, well, the money that's being made here. We're hoping to edge out our competitors of the Gnomish guilds by getting into the larger towns.
So other than this town, the only other locations are the largest cities.
Yes. But as I said, this key you can use to spend at any place that accepts your hard-earned money.
Oh, we just got deposits something in town. Okay.
What's your interest rate?
We charge no such things.
Inside check.
Give me an insight check.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah, and I'm not opening an account right now.
Okay, no problem. So anybody that wishes to make an account, just note on your sheet gold bank key. And you relieve yourself of most of the weight of carrying all the gold.
We have to set aside what gold we want to keep in the bank and what not.
Yeah. You can keep physical money on you if you wish. I'm just trying to make this easier on you because it kind of sucks when you go someplace and you're like, oh, I already got 200 gold and I just got no room to carry stuff. You know what I mean? So this is just to kind of help you guys out a little bit. Give it a more video game vibe, I guess.
Good, because my other thought, Mark, was you're going to mug one of us and steal it all at some point.
I don't like doing that. I don't like stealing stuff from characters. it's the worst feeling in the world when that happens.
So do our accounts collect interest at all? I know that's probably a little complicated, but I am curious.
Depends on how much you have in it.
I put 200 gold and 10 platinum.
Okay, sounds good.
I have it noted in the chat log and on my character sheet. What's in?
Callus, don't worry about holding my gold. I will go ahead and open up an account as well.
Okay.
Mark, what did you say to put on our character sheet? Like bank,
Just
bank
put
key?
golden bank key, and then that lets you know. Or if you want to add like a special area in your, excuse me.
I put it under allies and organizations on my bio.
Ooh,
I put under treasure for me. I put Foxtail Tasman with the description and the bank account information.
Yeah, so I'll put golden bank key and then just 200 GP that I put 200 gold in the bank.
Dalen Trust Bank is the name of their banking sort of organization. So if you want to add that in your notes, go ahead. You guys have opened your accounts. Those of you that wish to, jumping onto the wagon and or riding on your separate horses, you guys leave through the north gate, which is closer to the... Or no, you guys leave the west gate, according to the map. I'm trying to visualize it in my mind here.
Before we leave town, I was going to check on the materials. I was wondering if basically the payment came in for them to start shipping it to Fort Trackwell.
No, they gave you the paper slip. Payment for goods. So you have it, and it hasn't been sent out. So it needs to get to probably the commander to okay it, with payment sent. Then as soon as they get the payment, they will start delivering raw goods to help fix the walls and whatnot.
Oh, I thought that we sent the bill to Fort Trackwell so that he could basically sign for the materials. Okay.
So we could say that you did that, and they haven't heard anything back yet. But they assure you that once they receive payment, raw materials will be sent out.
Yeah, that's what I was asking was, like, has the payment come in for them to start shipping it?
No problem. Okay, so you guys begin heading out the eastern gate, and you begin to follow the river. Every now and then, you'll see some log jams floating down the river, escorted by what looks to be a barge. There's about 3 or 4 people with long pikes that are sort of keeping the lumber in and out, sort of sending it down the river to be unloaded at the city and brought to the lumber mill. 5 miles at a pretty good speed. You guys aren't like rocketing up the road. You get there within about an hour and a half with the wagon. Seemingly quiet, the sounds of the forest kind of melting in around you. After a while, you see the large wooden palisade walls of the logging camp, smelling the wood smoke, hearing the sounds of industry and people. Unlike East Rook, there is nobody out here sleeping outside the walls. You see that there is actually a good portion of guards patrolling the upper palisade. And as the sheriff told you, most of the deputies and a lot of the watch was sent out here because of the Beastman raids. The gates are currently open. You guys file in, heading towards the main office that runs the lumber yard. You look inside and you see that there's like apartment housing of like multiple bunkhouses. It's kind of how they sleep. A lot of the area inside is made for the manufacturing of raw materials, while a lot of the wood is being sent downriver towards Eastbrook to the other industrial area. There are a lot of like tents, sort of like shacks kind of set up along the walls where more people are kind of sleeping, and everything's just kind of moving on and on. Making it to the boss's office. You guys come in. He looks kind of confused as to why this sort of weird mixed group of individuals have sort of walked in, and he kind of looks up and he's, I got work if that's what you're looking for.
We came to help with the null problem we heard about. We were sent by
Oh, thank
Steiger.
God.
Mark, did we return our badges, or are we still on duty for this?
You guys never returned them, so you guys are still technically a part of the town watch.
Yeah, we'll
This
probably
makes
use
sense.
that to show that, like, yeah, we are from Eastrip.
Comes in handy for this, yeah.
You guys didn't happen to come with the weapon shipments, did you?
Sorry, we haven't heard anything about a weapon shipment.
They're a day overdue.
Where do they come from the town to here?
Morgrim was sending them up from the forge. We put in an order. Spears, short swords, things like that.
The same road we came?
They're getting bold.
Would have been down the same road we came from, Mark?
Should have been. It's really the only main road up here. There's certain trails you can take, but nothing you'd want to take a wagon on, you know.
We didn't see any kind of suspicious things on the way here.
No, it was just a very picturesque kind of mountain road next to a river. No broke down wagons, nothing like that.
Hey, Mark. Would the trip to this log yard be long enough for another little sphere solve?
Yeah, go ahead and give me Arcana check.
Nope.
You turn it once, hear a click, you move it again, and it goes back to normal.
That's
So can you point out where these attacks have been occurring at?
They're getting closer. They've been stalking the lumbermen, cutting the trees. We hear them at night, prowling around the outside. That's why we needed the guards, but we need more weapons. So we put it in order. We were expecting yesterday. They haven't come. I mean, we understand there's the elections and whatnot, but he doesn't miss a deadline, Margaret.
Well, there have been bandits, I know, around these parts as well. I'm worried maybe they may have been attacked.
We're missing about 20 good workers. If this keeps up, we'll have to shut down.
You said they come around at night. Where at?
Oh, you hear them everywhere at night. But their main hunting ground is to the north of us. That's where most of the disappearances are happening.
What do you say, Al? Shall we tempt them with bait?
Let's go take a look.
Can you tell us how-
carts?
You can stable your horses, and we'll hold on to your cart for you, if that's what you need. Pay some good money if you get rid of these fuckers and bring our boys back.
Can you tell us how many there are, or in what general direction? Anything, any information can help us. Any ones that look abnormal, any unique ones.
I mean, look, lady, I'm a yard boss. I know wood and lumber. I don't go out there, I run things here. There's enough of them, they took 20 people. And we're missing about 2 rangers that went up to try to find them. We can't see them at night. Torches only go so far. And they seem to stay towards the trees. They're just looking, sniffing. I mean, look, I'm no fighter.
Mark, what would I know about gnolls in general?
You know about beastmen. They live very clan-like, very tribal, in the deep forest here in the Deepwood Vale that sort of runs along the northern part. Being from Pterodon, you have fought them before, and there is a variety of them. There are the Minotaurish variety, the sort of goat-headed variety. There's a lot of different kinds, and they seem to have been in the woods as long as the humans have been, sort of in the lands of Brumana. They've kind of always been there. These sort of weird mutant amalgamations. You know that gnolls are considered to be a sort of dog variant of the beastmen. Intelligent and extremely cunning.
Could it be safe to say that perhaps if they're dog-like, they might have a den that they go to like every night?
It's very possible.
And these creatures are nocturnal. He said they've been attacking at night, so.
They took the lumberjacks during the day, but they come closer to the town under the cover of darkness.
Okay. Is it night or daytime now?
Currently daytime.
We can go to the northern area during the day. Let's see if we can. You said they
It's
can check
probably-
in that area.
Probably about like 2:30 in the afternoon right now.
Well, the sooner we get this done, the sooner they can get back to work safely.
Just follow the old cart trails up. Can't miss the ruts. That'll wind for about a good mile before you get to the clearing area. Once you get there, it's just nothing but deep woods past it. I'm talking thick stuff that clings to your clothes, hard to see. I don't know what it is you have planned, but we had to shut that area down.
Well, by Pelor's good graces, you'll be able to open it up again soon. Let's go, friends.
You guys begin to walk out of one of the smaller man gates on the northern palisade. And there you find the rutted-in cart track. So you can see next to it, you see like very sturdy, huge carts. Like the wheels are like solid wood circles, probably like 6 inches wide and like 24 inch rims on a tire. Very thick, very sturdy, very, that you would use to haul wood back and forth with the aid of draft horses. You guys begin to slowly move through the woods, surrounded by the sounds of the deep forest around you. Chirping trees, insects. It's stifling. No breeze cutting through the trees. Very humid feeling as you guys kind of walk through the trail. Berry bushes, flowers, but a lot of thick, what seem to be brambles and close-grown-in bushes. It seems like sunlight is a premium, and everything is growing together, trying to get its little piece to keep going. The trees here are humongous, 50 feet tall, like 3-4 foot diameters. Around the trunks, just massive pine trees.
Is anybody here good at tracking?
I'm gonna have
That is not my strong suit.
I'm afraid
Does
my
the
mind.
investigation
I go
count?
in the city streets.
Is anybody proficient in tracking?
Well, tracking is not a skill. Survival is. And rangers have tracking as a class feature. But
We have no ranges.
we have no rangers.
I'm proficient in survival.
That's the closest. Yeah.
After a good
Investigation.
hour and a half walk through some pretty up and down rocky terrain that they sort of did their best to kind of flatten with the trailers as you guys move forward, You guys reach the large cleared out cut area. There you see like a bunch of saws and blades sort of thrown down, devoid of any sort of human presence whatsoever. And it is just very quiet.
I'm gonna start looking around to see if I notice like a consistent number of tracks.
Okay. Give me a perception check. Okay. Is anybody else walking around the edge of the forest?
I'll do it too.
Yeah, same. I will as well.
Yeah, I'll take a look around.
I'm going to keep my distance.
Okay.
I'm really good at perception, though. You didn't say that, but I'm
Yeah,
not good at.
I mean, you have to find the tracks before you can successfully follow.
Okay, I mean, I'm good at that. That's something I'm very good at. Well, Merrick,
Those
oh
are
my
our
goodness.
tracks.
Yeah, you're stepping on our own tracks. But I'm going to ask Pelor for his blessing while I make this perception check.
Oh, Pelor guide.
I assume our 24-hour bless is gone now?
No, you guys are still under the effects of bless. For another, you guys were there like 5. Spoke for half an hour, and then he blessed you, and then you left. So you guys have another, I'll say, 3 hours of bless.
Oh, I forgot to add bless.
Attacks and saving throws, not
Yeah.
checks.
Yeah, bless does not affect perception checks.
So what seems to be like a frustratingly long period of time of moving about and not seeing any of the telltale signs that you guys have read about that a lot of people use. Crushed leaves, broken branches, things like that. It's Toro who sort of spots it first. There seems to be a small, minute game trail. As if they're moving in a single file line that sticks out because there's no other trail around similar to it. Calling
Look here,
over,
friends. Pelor has shown a light, like the ray of the sun on the trail for which we seek. Pelor once again lights the way forward.
and yeah, pretty much
Hey.
Toro says, hey, I found something. Callus, you walk over and you look at it, you're like, hey, this could be it. As you begin to follow this through the deep woods, you reach a
I
period
pat the top of Callus's head and say that Pelor blesses the faithful.
You reach a part where it kind of breaks out a little bit in between a stretch of brambles, and you're not quite sure which way you could follow it as it kind of flattens out a bit. So go ahead and give me a survival check, adding a d4 due to the guy.
Yep, it's all on me now.
Is anybody helping him that's not proficient with survival?
I could. Not proficient, though.
You would pretty much just give him the aid of your proficiency modifier. Not give him advantage, though. So you would give him your wisdom modifier to add to his roll. So he's currently at a 22.
It would just be a +1.
No, he's at 21. I can't count.
Oh, for me.
So 22 total for Callus with the aid of Merrick's wisdom modifier. Sort of giving him his little bit of his times when he used to kind of hunt, though he mostly did it on horseback with the aid of dogs, just being who he was before he sort of set out separate from his family.
I imagine he's like, yeah, you gotta search for the underbrush and the tracks, but I'm not sure if it'll work here because it was the plains and this is the deep forest.
A half hour of following the game trail that you were able to pick back up on the other side not choosing one of the false trails, you come up to what looks to be a small creek. It's only about a foot deep, fast moving, about 6 feet wide. The trail begins to edge the creek, and you follow it, going north. Here you see more signs of use. A lot of the gravel along the edges of the bank have been dented in, as if people have been stepping in it. You find scat. You find pieces of fur. And there's that strong, wet dog scent that sort of lingers on branches here, close to the creek. And you begin to follow it as the sound of rushing water gets louder and louder and louder. This trail takes you deep into what looks to be a bowl that kind of half rises up. In the middle, there is a lake-like sized pond with a waterfall pouring down a cliffside. Callus, the roll was really good. You went back over, and you can see where the trail winds back behind the waterfall.
I will point that out and I go, looks like they're back there.
It's impressive.
It's a really good roll. 18 plus 3 plus 1. There is just no need to do anything else.
Shall we try to get the jump on them? And I'll draw both my blades out.
You mean try to sneak in or just walk in?
And pretty
That's
stealthy.
the whole point in getting the jump on them.
Should we
I'm not the most stealthy of people, but we can try.
lure them out though, or should we find them on their home turf?
I like the luring them out.
Balthazar, screaming pain.
We should probably figure out how many numbers there actually are, though, which might make sneaking in the better option.
I was gonna say, if we're gonna lure them out, I could make a lot of noise.
Oh,
You guys are also battling the sound of a waterfall. So please keep that in mind.
That would be a lot of noise. Waterfalls are very loud.
It's extremely loud. You guys literally hear nothing but the rushing of water.
But you know what that means? That means we could sneak in there and they would probably not hear us either.
Unless
Good
you're always
point.
watching.
Fair point.
Merrick, you seem the more of the roguish type. Can't you sneak in and sneak ahead and get to the lip of the cave and peer in and see if you see anything?
Maybe stealth in and investigate.
That sounds like a good plan. Lord will carry your feet like the like sunlight on a windy day, and you will make no noise, and I will bless your footsteps.
Is that a cantrip?
It is a cantrip. Anytime you do a skill check, I say a prayer and help you. You just add a D4 to your skill check.
No, but still, I was wondering how many. Geez, you're doing this over and over again.
There you go. It's a dividend. That's why I'm doing it over and over again, because it's a cantrip. So look at that. He got a 19 as Pelor guided his footsteps.
That's right, you're a cleric.
Yep, I am playing a cleric for the second time ever.
Stepping in, inching towards the wall, making your way towards the mouth of the hidden cave back behind the waterfall. You peek in, sort of covering your eyes a bit. Merrick, it is stupid dark in there. You can't
Oh,
make
yeah, I'm a real
anything.
sneaker.
You can't make anything 15 feet out past where the waterfall and the cave entrance is. It is dark.
Ooh, light's not a good idea.
You sort of try to listen, and it's just the rushing torrent of the waterfall behind you. Just echoing, almost amplified, through this sort of long start to this cave you see, stretching out into darkness. You look down at your feet, you find large paw prints, drag marks, gouges.
Obviously well used. I think I'm going to have to sneak back with the team. I don't think that I'm going to go further into that tunnel alone.
Okay?
If he gets on the other side of the waterfall, could he listen and see if he hears anything back there other than the water? Or
He'd have to go deeper into the cave, into the darkness by himself.
okay, yeah, I just didn't know. Yeah, he'd have to get some distance from the water, I assume.
I mean, I could cast sleep 30 feet in and cross my fingers.
Yeah, that would be risky. I think we would need you to be able to see first.
Yeah, I think I'm going to sneak back and
Okay.
talk to everybody and confer on how we should best proceed, because it is quite dark. So
Well, at least nobody saw you. So if you were able to sneak up to the waterfall and nothing jumped out of the dark at you, maybe they're not.
You've had some
standing there.
experience with that.
Yes, things like to jump out of the water and grab me.
yeah,
I'm gonna peek around, look around. Is there any sentinels, like anybody perched near or the cave, or like there's no guards? It's just the cave entrance.
You're coming at this like you're stalking a goblin cavern. You expect there to be lookouts, patrols. Give me a perception.
everyone.
Specifically Lily, since she said she wanted to look around. There's no patrols. You sort of like cover your ears a little bit and sort of try to focus all your senses and try to drown out the sort of droning of the water. You don't see any lookouts. Nothing seems to be happening currently around this lakeside area or even up along the cliff face where the waterfall's coming from. It's about this time you see Merrick begin to sort of edge his way back out towards you guys. Isn't a paladin charisma-based caster? Or no, that's only a sorcerer.
They're charisma.
It's charisma.
Oh yeah, they are charisma based. I
Yeah,
forgot.
they're charisma based. The wisdom's also important.
Yeah, so they have to be likable, right, Lily?
Well, the wisdom and charisma is both.
What? Are you not liking Lily?
So far, she's all right.
She's just really suspicious about everything.
She's like, I don't trust anybody. I don't trust them. She must have had a very bad childhood.
Even her picture looks
You're
suspicious.
giving me money. I think you're bribing me.
Somebody did her wrong.
Even her picture looks suspicious.
Nice. Yes. Somebody did her dirty. She's
no.
really untrusting.
You're back.
That was good. That was good.
You know what?
It's like somebody goes and it's just like, well, you're looking quite lucky today. And she's like, I know what you're doing, and it will not work.
You know, fuck you.
This is what happens when you jump in mid-campaign.
She does have those squinty, beady little eyes. She's
Right?
she's narrow eyes. She's
It's like
She was going to talk about her backstory a little bit, but Cal was like, "No, I'm not interested."
We'll have a fireside chat here before too long, I'm sure. Maybe we'll have it on the smell of burning dog.
Yeah, the cart ride up here was like awkward silence.
I have a horse, so I rode her along the cart.
What do you guys plan to do?
I think that they are but pesky canine men, and we could take them, being the 8 of us, with nary a challenge. And especially with the light of Pelor on our side, they don't stand a chance. I draw my sword and shield and say that should the knights feel the boldness within them, perhaps we should just go into this cave and rid it of evil.
Can you see in the dark?
I am a half-elf, yes, I can see in the dark just fine.
So
But I can also summon the daylight, the sunshine of Pelor, if necessary. It'll be like daylight in there if you want it to be.
I'm using my lantern that I got from the gnomes.
A lantern would suffice too, but I can actually summon the sun wherever I
Okay.
go. Just
Making
watch.
your way in single file through the sort of thin trail, you guys begin to move and edge your way closer towards the rushing toward of water. Your face getting misted, your clothes kind of getting a little soggy as things coming up and the mist is just sort of setting in. Kind of have to push your hair out of the way, wipe your face down a bit.
Yeah, if anybody has spells they use to prepare to go into a battle, you might want to cast them now, Balthazar. Just saying. Something that might shield them or protect them from harm.
Okay. I'll say you guys were doing that as you were sort of waiting and planning.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to jump in and say that.
No problem. You guys hit the mouth of the cave, and much like Merrick said, those of you without dark vision see absolute darkness until you turn on your light implements and begin to shine it in. You see a narrow, natural cave-like structure that leads deep. It goes about 70 feet before it turns to the right, and you lose sight.
Is the mouth of the cave, or is the cave like wet from the waterfall or whatnot, or is it dry?
It's pretty muddy along this area here.
Well,
I could send a decoy potentially to walk a few feet ahead of us to see if there's any.
Have we caught up with Merrick yet?
Merrick
I
came
will.
back out and told you guys what
I
it was
should go with you guys.
on site.
Yeah, we all went in here together, I think.
Yeah, I'm assuming.
Toril bravely proclaimed it was time to go and rid the world of evil. What was that?
And nobody argued with me. You were all like, yes,
I agree
let's
with
do
you,
it.
yes. I can't do anything else besides have light on, so I
Enough
Yeah.
politics, let's kill something.
There you go.
I agree with Callus.
agree with Callus, actually.
You guys follow the cave trail. You hit the bend, and you see that it goes for another, 100 or so feet. And you begin to slowly inch further.
I
The
would
sound
like
of
to look
rushing
up at
water.
the ceiling.
Give me
Yeah.
a perception.
what's our order? What's our marching order?
You look up, and sort of holding on to the stone above you like a spider is a very naked, pale-skinned human. I'm just joking. You see absolutely nothing. And follow the trail. You follow the trail.
Oh, really? Jeez.
You find surprise spiders. Oh yeah, so Merrick's like, look.
No, look.
Oh Jesus! You guys follow it, and what you're finding now is the further you go in, the steeper the incline is. Callus, you pick up on this first, and you sort of look down, and you feel as the slope begins to increase, and it's very hard because the mist seems to be keeping everything wet, even though you're about 200 feet down in this cave system. It's muddy. You're holding onto the sides of the walls, and here you can see long drag marks from what looks like claws as they kind of make their way in, as the paw prints and the drag marks and the gouges continue to move forward. And then it begins to even out. And this is what you guys see standing before you. You see what looks to be an old, eroded stone archway. Well, those of you that can see, you'll have to put your own. You'll have to put your own light on via the light stuff.
Oh, there we go.
I did remind my lantern.
The trail sort of
Are the
ends. It
tokens
looks
on
to
the
be.
map?
Yes. Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, they're on the bottom right, I think.
I don't see any.
Hold on, hold on.
Okay.
There we go.
Thank you.
Balthazar, you can see it clearly. An eroded stone archway overlooking what looks to be a pond of dark water that the trail seems to end at. You can see what looks to be grooves further up that go off to the right and off to the left. The further in, there's the smell of wet dog. The closer you get to the water, small echoing barks, sort of yowls, ripple through the tunnel like small waves. The pool's water is dark, but clean. Anybody that would try the water would taste that it's very heavy with minerals.
I want to cast mage armor on myself.
Okay. Can everybody see?
I can see up to here.
Okay.
I can
People
see.
should have the aid of light. So.
Well, yeah, because there's a lantern.
You watch as the trail visibly goes to a small cleft here, and you watch as some more footsteps go here as if they went into the water and just climbed up onto the shelf on the south side. Jareth, as you shine your lantern in towards this area, you see a strange carving in the base of the water as the light refracts in. It looks like old stairs that lead deep into this sort of pondish lake.
It's like something was like flooded and then it used to go down.
Yes. And you see that there is a set of steps up in this area where the sounds of echoing yowls and yips are coming from. And also this trail here where more sounds of barks and yelps seem to be coming from.
We have two candidates. Should we go left or right?
Cutting through the smell of fur is the smell of wet burning wood. The thick smoke of it sort of coming.
definitely left first.
Yeah, this cave might loop around. Be able to make our way around.
How deep's the water? Can I cross it?
You can. At the base here, it's only about 3 feet deep. Balthazar might have a little bit of trouble, but with your
I'll
guys'
pick
help-
Balthazar up and carry him across the water.
Mark, is this a pool of water, or is this like a stream of water making this pool?
It looks like a small pool of water.
I will point out the steps to people as like that. That might be interesting to check out later, but after we take care of the gnolls.
Do the steps descend into the pool, or do they like go down deeper?
They seem to be going deeper.
It's like a flooded
into the
room
pool.
in the pool. Yeah,
Okay, that's all I need to know.
something to check out after the gnolls are
Jareth,
dead.
in his armor, was not trying to stealth. He drew the attention of the 2 gnolls by the campfire.
Oh, I don't think I'm stealthy with my lantern anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're
You
bright as
watch.
shit down there.
You watch as these 2 begin to move. Just as the ones up top start getting up from their hay bed. And they begin to move away. What do you do?
Well, I think they're ready for us.
Probably grabbing our weapons or something, or running. Either way.
Well, I draw my sword and say if we back up just a bit, they can only come at us from one direction.
Unless there's
We
another
form a
tunnel.
choke point.
You watch as these 2 rush back up. There's what look to be longbows drawn, and we're going to roll for initiative.
Yeah, I figure we're in a pretty good spot actually. Defensively.
We got longbows, but yeah.
Well, I have a longer bow. Just, ask the girls.
Dude, shout out to that natural 20 on initiative, Solandris.
My usual initiative.
Hey, you did build yourself with a -2 or dex, so that's actually in character for you to get
I
a little
rolled,
initiative.
yeah. I rolled a little score, and I put that as my dex. That's why I have a limp.
We got our.
No, I love that about your character. But I think it follows suit that you everybody else kind of jumps and you're like, oh yeah, don't worry guys, I got my sword here.
Do we add our 1d4 from Bless for initiative?
I think
No, initiative is not a skill check. Or I mean, it is a skill check, but it's not a save or a attack roll.
It's an ability check, technically.
Right. Right, it's not a skill check, it's an ability check. Thank you, Chris Lagozo, that is correct. That's why bards get to add to it, but it's not a skill. It's an ability check.
I want to do a bard sometime.
Bards are fun.
They're very useful.
More than you would think.
We're watching
More so than the
Sam
bard and the
Legal.
Go for it, Talandris. What do you do? You're our leader.
Do you do?
show me what you've got.
Talandris is gonna double move to get within range, but he's gonna go off to the side so he's not in direct range of the arrows. Never mind.
Talandris is
View
heading to
of-
the
I'm getting a better view of what it looks like as I'm moving forward, so it might change a little.
Come on, 6 seconds.
You know what? Yeah, I'm double moving on them with my swords drawn.
Okay.
And then I will action surge so I can strike them.
Nice. I like that you're blowing that now. This is perfect.
Mark, I hate to ask, but how much longer do we plan on playing this? It's 3
Just
a.m.
this
where
first
I'm at.
initiative. If you want to leave, I can run your character.
No, it's fine. I can go through one initiative. I just know it's getting late.
Okay, just know that the longer we talk through this, the longer it's going to take for us to end it. So go ahead, Talandris, and make your stuff. An 8 will miss.
And here's my second swing.
23 will hit. Which one are you hitting? Okay.
And then I'll bonus action with my third swing.
An 11 will miss.
Okay, and that's my turn.
Okay. This gnoll here is going to drop his bow and pull out a spear, and he's going to attack you with advantage. Here's a two-handed spear attack. 21 for 3 piercing, and here comes the second attack. 15.
Misses.
Okay. This gnoll is going to go 5, 10. Come on, sheet. Come. There we go. It's going to make a longbow attack at you. Just one, not at advantage. Missing with an 8 as you sort of duck down and use the other gnoll's body for cover. Merrick, it is your turn.
Okay, I can't see where they are, so I need to, I think, do my move first.
Yep. At least your first set of movement to see where they're.
So I can move 30, I believe, yeah. So that should be 20 to there. And I can't
You see Talandris engaged 2 of these leather-clad, scrapped
30.
gnolls.
Okay, so I am going to, I think, try and make them fall asleep without making my guys fall asleep. I don't know how to do the distance thing, though.
They're currently 45 feet away, so you would have to cast it at the 45 feet, and it would be a 20-foot cube, I believe.
Yeah, it's creatures are within 20 feet, range of 90 feet. So I'd want to cast it out of their range to not make my teammates fall asleep. I guess it's cast at level 1.
Why can't I fucking move?
So it's a 20-foot radius, essentially, because it's within 20 feet of a point. So
Oh,
it's
is it a radius? I'm thinking of fairy fire, aren't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Fairy
20-foot
fire.
radius, 90
So
feet
it's
range.
right. So as long as you can see this back wall, you can target that back wall, and anything within 20 feet would hit it.
Okay.
So you can get.
It would affect. So if you're going here, so they're 30 feet, so that's not going to hit, right?
So you're going to target this
Yeah,
sleeping bag or whatever.
I'm thinking just 20 feet past Talandris.
Okay. Watch as this guy, the Talandris hit, collapses first, falls asleep.
Our rogue plays a lullaby.
He is the only one that is affected by the spell.
Okay. I think that's about all I can do.
Okay. Tor.
Alright, I am going to move forward. My sword and shield drawn. Hold on, it's giving me, it's delaying. So that's 5, 10 feet. Well, 15, because I can't go through this corner. 20, 25, 30. I now seem to have line of sight to three creatures.
Yes. You can see this one just beyond the edge of the tent in the corner.
So I will curse them, and they will get a gleam of sunlight in their eyes, temporarily blinding them as they suffer, hopefully, the effect of that.
Okay. As you cast Bane, your shield of faith disappears, correct?
No, I said I didn't cast that. That I was
Oh,
going to do
okay.
it on my turn because I forgot it was a bonus action. But I changed my tactic to this instead. So I don't have Shield of Faith
Sounds
on.
good.
So I will target the three creatures that I can see, and they can make Charisma saving throws.
I'm going to
Your
say the one
DC
that's
is-
asleep. The one that's asleep fails.
Okay. The DC is 14.
Okay, so here comes the one to the right of Talandris. Charisma, not very... They're not good dogs at all. So 11, I'm going to take that off of advantage. I apologize. Here comes the Gnoll. In the back, even worse. They are both Bane.
So all three of them then are baned, right? Because you said this one is not going to save.
Yep, he is asleep, and
Yep.
he has terrible...
So yeah, put something on them that marks that they will get a negative D4 to all their attack rolls and saving throws.
They are
And, Yeah, I like to flavor it as they get sun in their eyes, and it makes them react. It's difficult, and I will just end my turn
in this cave.
there. Yeah, I know, right?
It's crazy.
So I'll just end there. That was an action and my movement. I don't have a bonus action to.
Sounds good. That guy was asleep. Callus, it's your...
Well, it seems like the battle's this way, so I'm gonna head for. I believe I can get up to there. So one is asleep and then they're both blind?
One is asleep,
Well, they're Bane.
and they're not blind, they just have Bane on them.
Alright, I'm going to grab one of my javelins and I'm going to throw it at the not sleep one.
Okay.
Holy cow!
23 will hit.
Don't forget about your guys' extra plus D4 to hit as well.
Well, I don't really need it.
You don't need it, I know. I'm just saying for the rest of the party.
I forgot
You
that.
like Doug mentioned, he forgot his, and I forgot to tell him too. We all
You
get
can
plus
roll it-
D4 to
you can
attacks.
roll it just for spite. He takes
Roll it so
all-
it's in the chat log and we know it.
Yeah, he takes all three of that.
Yeah, but I throw it and it bounces off this stone pillar into him.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
Okay. This Gnoll is going to go 5, 10, 15 to the base of the ladder. He's going to look at Toro and he's going to fire. 13 missing as you get your shield up.
Yep, I deflect that buddy.
Balthazar.
So I'm going to step just in front of Jareth here, get a better line of sight. I'll target that one to next to the sleeper.
Currently,
And,
where you're standing, that guy has cover behind this stalagmite.
So if I move,
So I know that the circle doesn't cover it completely, but you can see how wide the base is of it.
how about from there? Is that
Perfect.
okay? And I'm just gonna
So
firebolt
no
him,
super. Sounds good.
and then I'll add that D4 after I click the button.
An 11 will sadly miss.
So I'm gonna throw the D4 on it.
An 11 will sadly miss. A 13 is what you need.
Nice! Way to go, Blessing!
Yes.
Thank you, Lathander.
Yeah.
Holy balls! You fuck his world up.
He is burning and crying and yelping in pain.
You literally
Nice
shoot
bird
him
dog.
in the face, and you watch as all the fur from his face burns off. He is howling in pain. It's that scene from The Great Outdoors when he shoots the grizzly's ass with the lamp. That's exactly what happened. Is that the end of your?
I am
Please.
gonna just move to try to get some additional cover, and yeah, then I'll end it there.
The Balthazar method. I like it. Lily.
Will is going to charge forward. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. She's going to double move.
Okay.
And get right next to Talandris. That will be my turn.
This gnoll is going to look at the two up here, the state of which the two larger gnolls are in, and he is going to run deeper into the cave.
He's gonna signal the others.
It's fine, let them all come.
30, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and you guys hear this start to echo towards you, followed by the sounds of growling and barking that seem to be rushing towards you guys like a wave of sound
In which direction?
from where he ran.
Okay.
I think I have too much shit on this map. It's really slow. That's the end of his turn. Orion.
I'm going to move
Mighty Bulls through Talandris.
to here. And then, so, I know you said the base of this is a little wider. Could I still see around this? Would he get partial cover from the stalagmite for this guy down here?
You can see this guy clearly, and
Which one's asleep?
yes, you can definitely see that guy because he is 10 feet up off of the ground with the aid of this ladder, and the stalagmite is skinnier at the top, so you're looking up at an angle.
Okay. Then I will twin a firebolt at the two guys in the back.
Okay.
Which is, I think,
Look at her showing you up, Balthazar.
yeah, one switcher.
Sorcerers are better than wizards.
They have their perks.
And then that's one firebolt.
Oh yeah, that hits.
Hold on. That's a 25 to hit.
That hits. You dick.
For 18 fire damage.
Oh my god!
Jesus!
Was that the guy at the bottom?
Yeah, that's the guy down here that was baned.
Yeah, I don't even need to take the damage up. He's dead.
Just like Raiders of the Lost Ark, he melted.
That's one down. And then let's get the last guy.
Such beautiful things to show you.
For an
Oh
Oh
effort.
my god!
I'm not even
hold
gonna
on.
let you roll damage. This guy's dead.
Hold on.
I hope you
Let him
crit.
roll.
28 to hit.
Oh, crit.
That's
Melted.
27 damage.
It's like obliterated into ash.
Jesus
That other guy is so glad he ran away.
Oh man, yeah.
Oriana smiling and saying such beautiful things.
Yeah,
Oriana is at the end of your turn. Just
that
say
will be the end of my turn.
Okay. Jareth, tough act to follow, but it's your turn.
Well, considering I have to just my whole act is me moving, yeah. I'm just
I know
gonna
I should
basically
consider,
to
Maybe I should
here.
have,
and then-
stone giants or something that you guys.
Oriana did 45
Go to
points
there,
of
go to
damage
there.
in a single turn with a cantrip.
And That's my wonderful, glorious turn.
You can taunt them freely.
As the sounds of growling and barking begins to grow closer to you guys, that is what we're going to end it for the night.
All right.
Mark, shouldn't this guy also be prone if he's asleep, or is he asleep on his feet?
He's asleep on his feet.
Okay.
Because there's nothing in the spell that says they fall prone, so that's just kind of what I assume they do.
Yeah, I put it in the chat. I didn't see anything that said that.
So I
You can
assume
push him
it's
down
like,
if you want.
Yeah, you could push him down freely and he can't do anything but wake up.
Well, they can gently lay him down then.
With arms wide open.
I'm
I'm glad we actually.
Falls unconscious.
I'm glad we got to something that requires combat at least. This really helped me wipe the taste out of last session out of my mouth. So thank you guys. Hopefully the plot is starting to thicken a little bit.
Oriana is the mastermind, yes, I know.
Yeah, she is the Hive Mother.
She's got something going on. I don't know for sure what it is.
What reward were you going to give? What reward were you going to give the count, Oriana?
But Connor, you're role playing it really well because you're not giving anything away.
I know, I love it.
It's so good.
Oh my god, guys! I love this today. This has been wonderful.
Yeah, this was a fun session with trying to figure out that puzzle. That was great. No, I don't need to go in the church, guys. It's all good. I don't like it in That was great.
My favorite part is, look at my book of drawings. Look, this page is nice. This page is nice.
Well, I like the next part where you're just like, look, I even have it on my arms.
And it's totally fine, right?
Yeah, it's all good.
And I'm really glad you guys decided to come here. So, yeah. This, I don't know. This is going to be a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with this. And, yeah. I'm good. This is awesome.
So next session we get to roll some dice, guys. It'll be fun.
Yay.
Next session, you guys are going to roll a lot of dice. And it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I hope
That
you
looks
guys
like-
are enjoying Lily.
May 2nd, so I'm good for that night.
I'm good, yeah.
And you guys have adopted a very suspicious little sister.
Why are you giving me money? There's something wrong with you. What are you trying to bribe me?
How
Get
old
away
is
from me.
Lily?
20.
Oh, most 20-year-old girls take money with no questions asked.
I think I'm still the youngest here, guys. I'm happy.
Wait, how old are you, Ariana?
19.
I'm 18, so no.
Shit.
I'm still the oldest.
Yeah. Jareth's the youngest, but he just moves like the oldest.
Yes, exactly.
I thought Balthazar was the oldest.
How old's Balthazar?
Balthazar is how old am
He's in his 90s now, right? Because
Yeah, he was older, but now he's younger.
I? I'm 94.
House is 136.
boom.
Yeah,
Oh.
Calus
There goes the dwarf. Well, I'm supposed to be 22, but I'm 34 now because I got aged a bit.
You're rocking the Mr. Fantastic here.
You're a half elf. You're good.
I just think it's
Oh, I like that idea. I have the gray streak on one side. I like that.
It's not ironic that Balthazar got younger and you got older.
Wait till I bang the mistress. I'm gonna be like 50 years old after that happens.
Nice.
It'd be like all the normal colored hair is like young and stronger.
Well, that depends on if you actually she likes. You got shut down last time.
I don't want to bang him. I don't want to bang her because I'll be 8 years old. I don't want to be that young.
I immediately regret this decision. Oh Jesus! Well, right on, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
I wish
Mark.
we could play next. I wish we could play next weekend.
Hey, man.
Let me guys know. Let me know if you guys want to play.
Coronavirus quarantine. I have nothing else to do. I don't
Yeah,
mind.
I'm not doing anything, Mark. I sit in the house all day.
Yeah, so let me know. Let me know if you guys want to play next weekend, and we could definitely play next weekend. And if
I'm
somebody
fine.
has plans, so yeah, I'll post on Facebook because Yeah, I'm excited.
Yep, sounds good.
I look forward to
Thanks,
that
everybody.
now, especially if they're stuck in the house. Thanks, everybody.
Have a
Yeah,
good
see
night.
you guys later.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks, Mark.
You know,